Empowerment Program. It is a platform designed to help you grow, build, and thrive in purpose, career, and business. Now, let me ask you something real. Have you ever paused and asked yourself, am I on the right career path? What exactly am I meant to be doing next? Whether you are clear or you're still figuring things out, today is about bringing direction to those questions. And for some of us, these questions feel even closer. Maybe you're a copper, or you're already working in tech, agriculture, banking, or you even work in the creative space like marketing, social media, you're a content creator. And you may still be quietly asking yourself, what comes next for me? That is exactly why we're here today. My name is Chiamaka Chukuma, and I have the absolute pleasure of being your host for today. It is truly great to see everyone here. I am really excited to see how every one of you are taking intentional growth towards your future. The SEP Career 2020. I need you to speak to your neighbor. Get to know your neighbor. What's their name? There's also a note on your seat. We also need you to read that. So get to know your neighbor in a few seconds. You can even exchange contacts. Get their Instagram handle. Connect with them. Okay, so thank you very much. Okay, so for the HR booths, if you are, give me a moment. So if you have the black HRE tag, if you're wearing the black tag, you're meant to be in booths HRE1. If you have the dark blue, it's HR2. If you have the light blue, it's HR3. If you have the yellow, it's HR4. And if you have the silver, it is HR5. If you have the red, it is HR6. And HR8 will be at the back. Yes, so that's where you're going to have your mock interview when it's time. So the toilet is just behind. So when you come out, you take your right. That's where the restroom is. And also, we ensure that when it's time for breakfast, you do not litter. So there will be like a trash can where you can put things. Thank you so much. So we're going to have a welcome video from the lead pastor of OneChurch. Media.
Hello everyone. I want to especially welcome you all to this first edition of the SEP Career Fair. Today, my name is Pastor here at OneChurch International, and it's such a joy to have you here today. SEP, our Seed Empowerment Program, is an initiative. Hello everyone. I want to especially welcome you all to this first edition of the SEP Career Fair. Tunde Usidame is my name, lead pastor here at OneChurch International, and it's such a joy to have you here today. SEP, our Seed Empowerment Program, is an initiative curated by the Kingdom Impact team designed to equip you for a fulfilling and impactful career. Today, we have brought together senior recruiters and industry leaders who will share practical insights to guide you on your career journey. If you're a job seeker or looking to grow into the next level of your career, you are absolutely. I want to especially welcome you all to this first edition of the SEP Career Fair. Tunde Usidame is my name, lead pastor here at OneChurch International, and it's such a joy to have you here today. SEP, our Seed Empowerment Program, is an initiative curated by the Kingdom Impact team designed to equip you for a fulfilling and impactful career. Today, we have brought together senior recruiters and industry leaders who will share practical insights to guide you on your career journey. If you're a job seeker or looking to grow into the next level of your career, you are absolutely in the right place. I encourage you to be fully present. Please take notes, receive feedback, ask questions, and most importantly, give yourself to this process. I believe that what you receive here today will position you for clarity, excellence, and indeed growth in your career. Once again, you're welcome, and I wish you a truly impactful experience.
God bless.
Have to be here today under this atmosphere with all of the opportunities that surround us in this place today. Somebody bless the name of the Lord. Bless God. Give God praise for the grace that is supplied to you in this place today in the name of the Lord Jesus. There's grace for excellence. There's grace for wisdom. There's grace for competence. In the name of the Lord Jesus, we submit ourselves to all of the things that you have for us today in this place in the name of Jesus. Father, we bless your name. In Jesus' mighty name, we have prayed. Amen. Lastly, I want to lead us in a confession, and I just want you to say this passionately from your heart. Are we ready? Now, somebody say, in the name of Jesus. Say it louder, in the name of Jesus. I declare that I am led with clarity and purpose. My steps are ordered, and my decisions are precise. In the name of Jesus, I receive wisdom to think, to plan, and to execute effectively. My mind is sharp, my learning is accelerated, and my capacity is expanding. I am positioned for the right opportunities. Doors open to me, and I discern where to step in. My efforts produce results. I do not labor in vain. My work is fruitful and impactful. In the name of Jesus, I am disciplined, consistent, and focused. In the name of Jesus, I attract the right people and the right environment. I am aligned with growth, value, and purpose. I rise above limitations. I break beyond average. I step into new levels. My value is evident, and my impact is undeniable. I stand out for excellence and integrity. In the name of Jesus, I move forward with confidence and strength. I am positioned, prepared, and empowered for what lies ahead of me. In the name of Jesus, I prosper in all that I do, and I advance with speed and accuracy. I step boldly into the next level. In Jesus' mighty name, somebody celebrate God.
Thank you so much, Pastor Olabisi. So before we introduce the conveyor of the program, we're going to do a quick warm-up. So we're going to play that put a finger down challenge. Do you all know it? Okay. So I'll need you to put up 7 fingers. So I'll ask you questions, and if you have at least one of your fingers down, it means that you are currently in the right place at the right time. So let's go. Number 1, put a finger down if you're here to explore job opportunities or internship. Okay? You people are not putting I can't see your fingers. Okay. Thank you. Put a finger down if you have updated your CV more than once this year. Okay. Put a finger down if you have ever Googled high-paying careers in Nigeria. A lot of us used to Google that thing. You will not say it's skill, or you want to know it's because of money. Put that finger down. I can't see it. Okay. Put a finger down if you're here to improve your interview skills and prepare for mock interviews. I can see those fingers coming down. Woo. Okay. Put a finger down if you started out your career 0 to 5 years ago. Me too. Okay. Now, put a finger down if you're here to gain clear direction in your career. So if you have at least one finger down, it means that you are currently in the right place at the right time. Give a round of applause for yourself. Okay, so we are going to introduce the conveyor of this program. So at this point, let's take a moment to recognize the visionary behind this gathering. So let me tell you guys something. Once she comes on stage, please people should give her a round of applause. If you can stand up, because she's the reason why we are all gathered here today. Thank you. So she's a woman whose passion for people, leadership, and impact is the very reason why we are all here today. This career fair is more than just an event. It's an opportunity to connect, grow, and take a step towards your future. And that vision was made possible by her. She is the founder and CEO of Yanga Beauty, a fast-rising African beauty brand redefining industry standards with inclusive high-performance products. Since launching in 2014, she has built a thriving business with flagship stores in Lagos, Port Harcourt, and Abuja as well. And also, the brand also has a growing presence in the international market. But beyond business, this woman is deeply committed to raising people, equipping individuals like you with the tools and mindset you need to succeed. She serves as a pastor with the Kingdom Impact team at OneChurch, where she leads the Seed Empowerment Program, empowering people for career, business, and leadership. She's an alumna of AWEC, Cornell University Women Entrepreneurship Program, and also an alumna of Lagos Business School. She's a sought-after speaker and coach, helping young professionals and individuals build, scale, and thrive. It is my distinct honor to welcome the founder and convener of this program, Jennifer Uloko.
Thank you. Wow. Good morning. Are you excited to be here? Please, you may be seated. Thank you. Wow. Thank you, Chiamaka. Thank you, Pastor Abisi. Good morning, achievers. We call you achievers because you are made for more. And I'm so excited that you are present here and you are intentional about your growth. First, I'd like to thank God for making this day. I did write a script so that I don't forget anything and so that we can go straight into the juice of the day. And so I'd like to thank God for making this a reality. This has been months of planning and prepping. And just because we also know that when we know better, we can then do better. And we're really grateful to see everything come together, to our sponsors, our pastors, our lead pastor, Pastor Tunde and Olabisi Usidame. We're so thankful, and the entire pastorate of OneChurch, for the vision, leadership, and the continued commitment to raising people who thrive in purpose and impact. Thank you for making a platform like this possible. I'd like to especially acknowledge the SEP team, Jobberman, the companies here, Polaris Bank, Hero Base, Aso Farm, Donor Planet, Ned Comac, Yanga Beauty, for being here to also be a part of the career fair today. I remember 15 years ago, that was the first time I started 9 to 5. And I remember walking in there not knowing what to do. I had studied business admin, and I was then posted to work in the catering hospitality industry. It was totally different. I didn't even know what to expect. But I remember my boss then, Mrs. Mabel, and she was so kind to me. And so on the onboarding day, she literally pulled me to the side and said, okay, Jennifer, this is your first day at work, and I want you to be open and to give yourself to learning, because whatever you learn here, you will need it for the future. And I'm very glad that I listened to her, because every single thing I learned there was what I then were the experiences I then put into when I transitioned from 9 to 5 to owning a business. And I also remember that she said that the mindset you have in someone else's business to give your best, to thrive, is the same mindset that you carry into your business too as well. So she says, you are being paid here to learn, to make mistakes, because if you do carry that into your own business too as well, it'll be costly. And so here you are learning all that you need to take to learn from us, and then also do better in your career. Because when you're going for a job, they would ask you, where do you see yourself in 3 to 5 years? And I did say that in 3 to 5 years, I wanted to start a business. And, I'm just grateful that we had that opportunity. And what am I tying all of this into is that we're here to say that, as career professionals, we are the backbone of a thriving business. So yes, a founder might have the idea for the business, but the careers are the ones who drive the engine and who move it forward. The career professionals are the ones who drive the engine and move it forward. And so whether you're a career professional or founder, we need each other. And it's just like the body, right? You need the eyes to see, the mouth to speak, the ears to listen. We all are playing a part of a big picture. And this is why the SEP Career Fair exists. We have seen many people feel stuck. I've also been on hiring tables too as well, or interviews, and I see a lot of people being confused and not knowing what to do, or who need clarity for the next direction. And so there's often a gap between what we learn and what the real world requires. And sometimes access to that information can be limited. So you have to really search, unless you are in a part of a community who really, really wants to see, the people move. And so we've created this platform to bridge the gap, where you can come in here today, you will learn from industry experts. There's something I always tell myself, that there is a reason why we're not put on the earth at the same time. It's so that we can learn from the people who have gone ahead of us, and then we can make better decisions. And it also reminds me of a Bible character that I love so much, and that's Esther. You see, Esther had 2 people in her life who helped her prepare herself for the position to be a queen. She had Mordecai and she had Haggai. Mordecai was a family, and Mordecai was the family, like a spiritual figure, and then she had Haggai, who knew the ins and the outs of the king and could tell her what to do to position herself well. And so we're here today to listen to Haggai's, people who are industry experts, who have created and charted that pathway and that course, to learn from them and to ask them questions, so that next week, when we get to our various workplaces, people can see that there's a change and there's a transformation. So today you will hear from senior executives who have built strong and credible careers across different industries, and who will be sharing practical insights to help you grow, stand out, and make informed decisions. You will also have your CV clinics. You will also have access to CV clinics to help you edit and ensure that your CV is properly positioned so that you can present yourself better. You will meet hiring companies here who are actively looking for talent, and then you'll also experience mock interviews. Whether there's a role here that we don't have that you want to apply for, there are human resource experts who have taken their time out of their busy schedule, who are certified by CIPM, who are here to help you. Something that you will not literally get elsewhere, right? They are here, they've made their time available. So I want you to make the best use of this time. Whether it's you want to transition from one industry to another, you can seek expert advice from them. So you also experience mock interviews with real feedback that will sharpen your confidence and readiness. And I just want you to also prepare your mind, be expectant. You have a note there, write down things that you are expecting, and understand that this is an opportunity for you to become better, to gain clarity, to position yourself intentionally for growth. And from here, we want to move people who are a bit confused about their career path to clarity. You will have community here. You can learn from each other. You are sitting down next to someone, not by happenstance, but by, it's intentional. So gain from them, learn from them, talk to them, interact, And so whether you're a professional student or an achiever looking to pivot, there's something here for you. My encouragement to you today is simple. Be present, be open, ask questions, engage fully, because one conversation can shift everything. Welcome once again to the first ever SEP Career Fair 2026. I hope that we make this a meaningful experience. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pastor Jennifer. Can you give her a round of applause again? Thank you. So we are going to be introducing our first speaker. But before we do that, I want to ask you guys a question. How many of you feel like you're putting in the work, but it still feels like you're not getting the recognition or results that you expect? Nobody? Okay, I can see somebody. She just raised her hand. Okay. If that's you, then this first session is for you. So I urge you to open your notes and take down learnings and takeaways from this particular session. Be ready to draw. Be ready to what? To draw from his wealth of knowledge. Okay. So, media.
In today's fast-moving world, growth isn't just about working hard. It's about positioning yourself for the opportunities that matter. Jesse Cuffy is a fintech strategist and operator who has built and scaled products across payments and digital banking, leading high-impact initiatives in Africa's evolving financial ecosystem. His work sits at the intersection of innovation, execution, and growth. Today, he'll be sharing how to position yourself for promotion and step into higher impact roles with confidence. Please join me as we welcome Jesse Cuffy.
Hello. Good morning, people. I almost said good morning, church. How are we doing? It's good to be back. I don't think I need to do the introduction any longer. My name is Cuffy. I'm a product fintech strategist, and I just try to build things in and every day around payments, digital banking, and technology generally. So yeah, we also do things outside of financial services and fintech as well. So this morning we'll be talking about how to position yourself for higher impact roles, right? And to be honest, it's nothing we've not heard before, right? We're just going to be looking for ways we could actually practically position ourselves to be seen at the work we do and eventually get better at what we do to also optimize for our careers. Sorry, me and this thing we're just going back and forth at the moment, but I think I'll be up soon. Okay, we are already there. All right, so I want this to be a little bit interactive because from time to time I'm going to be asking questions, and please, there are no wrong answers, right? But I'm sure you all agree with me that most of the time we would always think that hard work is all we need to actually move the needle forward. Does anybody agree with me on that? Right? I mean, if I'm good at my job, if I'm skilled, I mean, in building products, you work with engineers, you work with designers, you work with marketers, right? And you just feel, if I know how to write the code best, I'll probably at some point become a CTO. Or if I'm bringing in money into this company, eventually they'll see me and just make me chief revenue officer and something. But it's not as simple as that, right? Your impact is actually meant to be lived. Your impact is also meant to be seen. Can you guys hear me? Okay, it's like I'm struggling to hear myself. Right. But for us to actually grow, so can we move with the slides, please? Right. For us to actually grow, we would also need to understand that outside of hard work, there's also a place for visibility. There is a place for intentional mobility, and we'll be discussing that under internal mobility today. And there is also a place of people, right? Your stakeholders. So we're not necessarily talking about stakeholders, people that have shares in banks or something, right? We're talking about people you work with, people you work for, and people you are hoping to work with or work for, right? However, we've established the fact that hard work is not all it takes, but hard work is part of what it takes, right? So we're not trying to necessarily deviate the conversation from you don't need to work hard. No, in fact, to be able to do all the things we'll be talking about today, you find that it's hard work, right? But outside of that, you must also just go beyond that, go beyond skill, go beyond talent, go beyond gifts to put in the work in terms of social capital, in terms of putting yourself out there to actually get yourself to where you want to get to. Right, let's move. All right, so the first thing we'll be talking about today is visibility and actually how that helps us position ourselves for higher impact roles, right? Your performance, your competence, your skill. So if I'm trying to hire for Hero Base, shout out to Pastor Olabisi, and we're probably trying to hire for a software engineer, right? I mean, one of the first things we're looking for is, does the software engineer know how to write programs in our stack? So say, for instance, we're using Java or C++. Sorry, for the non-tech people, I'm coming to the other side, right? So say I want to hire a safety officer in an oil and gas firm, right? I'm actually trying to see if this person has a certification in HSC. From where did he get it? Is it a NIBOSH certification, whatever? If I'm trying to hire a customer rep, I'm trying to say, oh, have you done this before? Have you done that before? How do you manage your tickets? How do you talk to customers? So all these things are competence, right? Skill, talent, performance, right? Those are the things I'll use to assess whether I'm going to hire you or not, right? So that gets you into the company, that gets you in the role. But if you just continue optimizing only for your skill, I can tell you probably remain a mid-level customer rep or a mid-level HSC officer or a mid-level software engineer from the beginning to the end of your tenure with your company. Do you guys agree with me? Right, so it goes just beyond performance. Performance will get you into the door, but visibility is actually what will get you further, right? Because people, so I remember when I was working in the oil and gas sector. So I was working for a company that actually services IOCs, construction and mining firms, right? And I had this very wonderful colleague. So I was in this spot before, right? I would always believe that all I just need to do is work hard. My work will speak for itself. Who is familiar? Abina. My work will speak for itself. And so I remember when I was doing my induction in that company, the general manager had an induction with me and this lady. We came into the company at the same time. And he was like, so Jesse, you know, when you've done your work, probably after a month, 3 months, a quarter, you should sit down with your line, your upline, and just share a little bit of insight, tell him your struggles and all that. And in my head, I was like, don't worry. I'll perform. Once they see what I'm doing, everybody will understand. And 6 months into the company, I mean, things were going great. I mean, within 6 months, I got promoted to the head of the department. And I was like, you see what I'm saying? My work will speak for itself, right? But it's almost like I hit a plateau at some point. And then this lady that I came in with, I saw that she was always putting herself out there. She was always being the one in front of the initiative. So she could come to me and just say, how do we do this? And we sit down and brainstorm. And then she's the one sending the mail to the boss. So, sir, I thought about this, and I think this out today. And the man was like, thumbs up. All right. And before you know what's happening, I mean, she was sort of progressing. And I'm like, but I'm the brain behind all this thing. What's going on? Right? Your boss would not know that. Right? If I'm your boss, it's the person that brings the initiative, it's the person that talks about it, it's the person that brings it to my cognizance that I'll actually pay attention to. And so tomorrow, if I'm having a discussion with my fellow bosses, we need to move somebody up the ladder to manage this team. Of course, I'm thinking of the lady. Not knowing that in the real sense of it, the lady is nothing without the guy. But guess what? She will become my boss, and now she has autonomy or willpower to even make me function better for her. Because my work at that point will be making her look good. Right? So that's just what it means. Right? Performance is you just doing the work, but visibility is you trying to get known for what you do. Right? Let's move. So we'll be discussing some strategies. I'm trying to run fast because we have very limited time on on various strategies we can actually use to make our work visible. Number one, what I'm doing here today, speak up. Right? If you don't speak up, nobody knows you're there. Yeah, I get it. I mean, I'm also like that to an extent, right? Don't worry, let me just do my work. The company will get big or blown, and eventually somebody will go on LinkedIn and they'll type, who is the product manager in this company? Nobody's going to do that, I'm sorry. Right? So if you don't own your work, if you don't own your outcomes, if you don't talk about it internally and externally, nobody knows you exist. So speak up, speak internally to your peers, speak up to your bosses, speak across to your peers, and also speak beyond to people outside your company. Because when we get to stakeholders, we'll be talking about upwards, managing across, and managing beyond, right? You'll find out that people that are even not in your company are also your stakeholders. Right? Because one way or the other, a recommendation, something somebody says could actually influence your career outcome. Right? Own and leverage your one-on-ones. Right? So most times when you have, what do they call it now? What do they call that thing they do at the end of every 6 months or every year? Appraisal. Thank you. Right? That's an opportunity for you to literally tell your boss or your line manager what you've done, probably the obstacles you face, and the outcomes you actually eventually achieved, right? It is your duty, it is your responsibility to be able to package, of course, not over-package you, right? But package your wins, package your processes, and try to communicate value in how we've actually gone about your business, right? You want to highlight outcomes, you want to highlight priorities and goals. Network across teams. I will skip that because we'll still talk about that in detail under stakeholders, right? help and share credit. Don't stop being a me person. I was brought in to do social media. So social media is what I'm going to do. Right? I had this fantastic guy on my team while I was leading product at TribalPay, a fintech startup. And I think the thing I loved most about him was he was customer support. Right? He was one of our customer support representatives. But every time we're testing a product, you always see him jumping into the call. Right? And he's trying to help out. He was like, you know what, Jesse, don't worry. Leave this section of the app for me. I'll test it. And over time, I began to also take interest in him. I began to take interest in his own career. And I was like, guy, are you sure you will not think of actually pivoting to become a software tester or a quality assurance engineer, right? And forward, he currently works in the bank today as a quality assurance engineer, right? That only happened because he put a foot forward. He did not wait for me to feel overwhelmed, and then I started scratching my head, and I'm like, Homer, we need more hands to test too. And then I now text him, Femi Alpha, come and join us. No, he saw the need. He knew that, oh, this is a lot of work, right? Because it was a very lean team, and he was always willing. I mean, cheerfully willing to always come in to help, right? So generosity is a long game investment. I wrote his recommendation, by the way, right? Generosity is a long game investment. Stay present. This is what we do, remote workers. I intentionally put camera on, right? Stay present. But we're not just necessarily talking about hybrid or remote work, right? Be present in conversations, right? Be present. Like when somebody is talking to you, when you're trying to communicate value, be there, right? Take feedback, listen, and be able to also communicate value back. For those of us that work remotely largely, right? I started this thing, I think sometime in 2022, where I told the founders of the startup I was there, and that please, going from now on, we should on our cameras during meetings. Why? Number one, people are able to be present, because trust me, if my camera is off, I can be turning a bar somewhere, right? I'm muting. Jesse, what? Oh, sorry, right? And at the end of the day, somebody wastes or puts in so much effort to communicate value during a meeting or a stand-up, and I'm just there turning a bar and trying to eat food, right? So please stay present. Track your wins. Document your story, right? Thank God for LinkedIn. Thank God for all the amazing tools and software we have available to us, right? Document your wins. One of the best ways, I'll just say this as a side note, to document things is to always send things, well, depending on the company's communication channels, via email. So what I noticed when I was working as a product operations specialist in an oil and gas firm was that I never really had to look for things up and down because I would always send a mail, right? So even when I needed to reconcile my documents at the end of the week, or I needed to prepare my biweekly reports, all I needed to do was just go to my mail threads on a particular subject, and I see literally everything I've done for the week, right? It saves me the stress of trying to juggle WhatsApp, this, that. So if you can, create a single source of truth, but of course always have a backup, right? Let's move. Yeah, visibility done wrong backfires. So the fact we said you should speak up, the fact we say you should share your wins, does not mean you should just go about rambling about every and nothing, right? Too much noise makes you lose your credibility, right? It's not that, I kicked my legs today, and you can't tell your line manager. I saw bed on the rooftop. No, come on. You want to speak up, but speaking up should be you communicating value. Right? And the other extreme of it is not speaking up at all. Being silent. Why? Because my work will speak for itself. I'm sorry, your work does not have mouth. Right? Your work is not a spirit. It's not going to communicate via the, I don't know. I'm almost tempted to preach, right? But a closed mouth is a closed destiny. Right? Even the best footballers, after we've seen them showcase all the skills, I'm not going to mention him, but yeah, Messi, right? Even the best footballers, after they've done all the dribbling and scoring all the goals, they still pull them aside at the end of the match to ask them, how far now? How was the match? Right? We've seen it, but we also want to hear it. Let's move, please. Good work, but no signal. Right? What does that look like? So you could be doing all the work, but because you are not visible, right, people don't even just know you are there. You get overlooked. In the case of my colleague, I love her. I don't fault her for that. But she was taking all the credit, right? I was doing all the work. In part, she was taking all the credit, right? So let's move, please. Let's move. Let's move. All right. So how do I find a balance between speaking up but not being too loud and speaking up or not speaking up too much but also not being silent? Please, let's move forward. We are moving as fast as we can, right? You should always speak when you know you have what value to add or you have an intelligent question to ask, right? Of course, it's not all the time you would have the answer to a problem. Sometimes you want to ask clarifying questions. So there is this thing we do, those of us that use AI tools, right? You are trying to build a demo with Lovable, and you click that build function, and what it does, it asks you clarifying questions, right? So it's AI, but even AI does not know what you're thinking in your mind. So same thing applies to your career. Speak when you have value, when you can add value. If you don't have anything tangible to ask, ask intelligent questions. Share your thoughts clearly. Highlight your impact when you've done something, right? Oh, I did this, or I saw this problem and I did this and we achieved this result, right? It's not that, I don't even know, right? But communicate something in a way that somebody can actually measure what you've done. Before you speak up or before you share, you want to ask yourself 3 things, right? Is it useful, right? Does it aid in decision making? Does it aid clarity, right? Is it clear? Can people understand me without me having to over-explain myself, right? And is it timely? Does it need to be said now? Does it actually really need to be said now, right? If you can meet these 3 criteria, please share. Right? Of course, it's not all the time you tick all 3, but this is just a little framework to actually aid in how you actually share information. Let's move, please. Mobility, right? Internal mobility means moving within or across an organization, right? So the normal thing for most corporate jugglers is I'll move company to company, right? But I can tell you, I've seen very profound career veterans who have stayed in one company and have attained the pinnacle of what is achievable in such companies, right? My mentor being one of them. I mean, got into an international bank way back in 2007, and he has eventually rose to become the MD CEO of that bank, right? Over the stretch of 19, 20 years. So these things are possible. I know in the West, I mean, it's a game of numbers. The more you move, the higher you earn and all that. But to be honest, if you're in a good place with good potential and upsides, you could always figure out ways to move upwards and across, right? The roles you're looking for will not necessarily find you. Again, you need to put yourself out there, right? Because the role is not going to come and say, Jesse, we are looking for somebody that can solve this problem. No, it is on you to be able to solve the problem and find ways to navigate yourself towards those teams to be able to get them interested in what you have to say. Right? Let's move. So again, don't just ask for roles, create them. Spot a problem. Right? Spot a problem. Problems always persist. In fact, the reason you're hired in the company is because you are brought in to solve a problem. Right? So problems always persist. But problems persist beyond your role. Right? I'm a product person. There could be a marketing problem. Right? You're a marketing person, there could be an engineering problem. I don't know why I laughed at that, right? But there are always problems. So it's left for you to figure out the problem and position yourself as a possible solution, right? Demonstrate first. So it's quite hard to just tell somebody, I want to do this. Why not volunteer to come on the project with them, ask them, can I volunteer on this project you guys are doing, or can I act as a consultant, right? And that way you're able to do what, show them value for free without necessarily encroaching into their business, right? Build your base. Relationships are the quiet infrastructure of every promotion. Everything you want is in somebody's hand, right? Every single thing you want is in somebody's hand. The idea you're thinking of is in somebody's hand to also approve. So please build relationships and plan your exit. Train someone to take off the role you are looking to vacate, right? Train somebody. Make sure someone competent is taking over you. Document processes. Don't be that guy that, oh, if I leave here, they will feel that I've left here. Yeah, because you're a walking encyclopedia. You don't put anything down. You just put everything here. And, while you're there, you're the brain box. Once you leave, you've created a void, right? Document your processes so that you make your word living easy, right? You don't want to leave a place and create new problems. Let's move, please. So why do most people stay stuck? Right, in terms of how they actually try to move within, they are waiting to be noticed, right? And sadly, no matter how good you are, if you don't speak up for yourself, it takes divine assistance, right, for somebody to notice you these days. But if you don't speak up for yourself, I'm sorry, you'll probably just be there a very long time, right? Not aligning with your manager or upline's expectations. I think there's this thing people do. So there's this very short story. A friend of mine works in a shipping firm. As way back as 2024, there was this project an expert came to do, right, in their Nigerian division here, and he volunteered to join the expert on what they were doing. Eventually, I think the man just loved his energy, loved his ideas, and when he went back to Cote d'Ivoire, he wrote the Lagos branch that I want this guy moved over here. He had discussed it with the guy initially before he left, but then he now made it official. Guess what? I remember me and my friend having that discussion, and he was like, he's just waiting for the thing to click, and then he tells his manager, and I was like, dude, that's going to backfire, right? Because your manager also has he has his own sort of power to block that move from happening. So, have a chit-chat with him, sit him down, make him understand why moving is probably a good move for you at this point in time, and how it also helps the company's overall aching objectives. And yeah, at the end of the day, he had a conversation. It was a bit of a tussle. They blocked the transfer twice, but eventually the MD just, you know what, okay, now we've tried. And they allowed him go. And now he's in Cote d'Ivoire, he's thriving, he's earning better, and he's living a better quality of life. I'm not saying that we don't have good quality of life in Nigeria, right? Right. So as we already said, no transition or exit plan. Please always make a plan. Train someone, document things to make your transition easier. Wanting change without proof. The easiest way you can tell somebody I can do something is because you've done it before, no matter how small, right? You've done a little version of that thing. So as product managers, when we want to hire junior product managers or actual product managers, of course, we know you've not worked on a live product. But we'll ask you, have you done a pet project, right? Why? We just want to see how you think about building products or developing products. So yeah, always try to have the littlest version of proof that you actually need to move, right? So that's an actionable framework you can use. Map your organization ecosystem, know who is where, and who probably holds the keys to the kingdom in that department you're trying to navigate into. Build a handover and exit plan. Demonstrate before requesting. We've spoken about that. And build relationships internally. Let's move, please. Stakeholder management. So these are the people. The gatekeepers, your peers, your bosses, your customers and clients are also your stakeholders, right? Of course. So I got that promotion 6 months after because there was this particular oil company who were trying to give a new product that we had not perfected, so to speak, right? And the product failed at the very first instance. And there was a backlash, right? But I made it a point of call every 2 days to go from Chevron to VI, just to go sit to the HSE manager, explain things to him, tell him what we were working on, because, I had knowledge of that, and how we could actually make things better. 2 weeks of making promises that I could not fulfill all by myself. And eventually, he was like, you know what? I've seen enough of you. I need to come and see your facility. And he came to the office. He met my bosses. And I was called upstairs. And he was like, I called you here because I want to say it in front of you. And he told my bosses, you see this young man? Keep him for as long as you can. Right? Not because I've done anything special, but I just taken initiative. Right? He's not my boss. He's a business. In fact, it was a very small business compared to the size of businesses we did. But I just felt that every little business matters because, he could be the key to a bigger business we're looking for. But more importantly, he's a human who deserves the best quality of service that we can offer. Right? And that invariably led to my promotion. So please, your career is a people-driven system. We spoke about that. right? Sorry, I'm trying to rush. The time is moving faster than me. I don't understand, right? Your career is a people-driven system. Stakeholders are the individuals who influence your career. Leaders don't promote your work. They promote people they can trust. The difference between me and that colleague of mine, I'm sure she will see this eventually, right, was that the bosses just trusted me. She was always just in their face. She was always the one taking the goodies. Yeah, it was a collective effort, but she kept putting herself under the spotlight. And of course, she was like their right-hand person, right? Once you are consistently showing up over time, that eventually builds your trust capital, and of course, the keys of the kingdom are handed over to you. Let's move, please. Be strategic about people. Now, what I did with that HSA manager of that particular oil company was just my own little way. I did not even know a lot at the time, but that was my own little way of like, if I can make this man not feel too bad for the initial service we rendered to him, it could probably make him feel that, okay, you know what, I could give these people another chance. And trust me, he gave us another chance. We literally used them to perfect that product. Yeah, we kept sending over and over again. They'll use it. I'll go and collect the backlash. We go back again. And eventually, they became our entry for an indigenous-made product into the oil and gas sector. And before we left there, I think we had done over $1 million. We supplied the Port Harcourt refinery during the rehabilitation program. We were and that was a part of it. LNG and the rest of them, right? Manage across. So these are your peers. Your bosses matter. Your colleagues also matter, right? So please, as much as you respect your bosses, because at the end of the day, recommendations and things people say about you also go a long way. And we just spoke about managing beyond your office. Let's move, please. So good work, weak relationships. As good as your work is, if you don't have the relationships to support them, you might just see that you are actually having stunted growth. Let's move. All right. So we've spoken about three things. We've spoken about visibility, right? Which is showing up, making sure you are seen, making sure people know you exist, making sure that people know that this is your work, right? Because in an organization, a lot of people are put on a single project, handling different aspects of it. But you want to be able to own your own part of it. That is not you trying to gatekeep or take all the glory. But in the process of also sharing credit, you should also be able to say that this is what I did. In fact, a lot of hiring managers are here. When they're interviewing you, they don't want to necessarily hear, we did that. Oga, in that what did you do? Right? Because that is what will show your competence. Don't wait for somebody to come and find you. Position yourself. Nobody's coming to come and save you. I think that's what we say as Nigerians now. Right? Nobody's coming to save us. Aha. So if we keep waiting and waiting, we're not going to get into that discussion, right? So nobody's coming to save us. Try to solve bigger problems. Why? If you are solving bigger problems, if you're solving problems that are not necessarily your problem to solve, you are invariably telling your employer, your managers, that you are ready for the next jump, right? And it's just a matter of time. Influence beats effort. Fact, right? Influence. I've never auditioned for a role. I mean, glory to God for that. But I've never really had to more or less apply for a role. Oh, you did this for somebody, blah, blah, blah. Could you do this for me? Right? Influence. That's one line, oh, Jesse is the guy. Or Joy is the girl. Eventually gets you into where you want to go to. Let's move, please. Treat your career like a project. Right? As you're living here, what I want you to do is, what are your objectives for probably the next 6 months of your career, right? Or of your life, depending on how you want to see it, right? Define the kind of impact you want to make at where you work. Define the kind of impact you want to make as a person. You could be an entrepreneur. I mean, it still applies both ways. Write them down. And also you want to write, what does success look like for me in the next 6 months, right? As you're doing these things, document them. I think we've spoken about that. Gather feedback. So you're not doing this in isolation, are you? Right? You work in the company, you work with people. After 2 weeks, after a month, get feedback. what do you think about this thing? What do you think about how I do this thing? And you want to get feedback. Why? Because it's that feedback you actually use to iterate and know if the things you've set out to do are actually working according to plan, or there are things you need to refine and get better at, right? Schedule check-ins. Talk to your line manager, talk with your peers, and just have a way of engaging people. Let's move. My time is actually up. Make positioning a habit, right? This is your responsibility, by the way, right? It's your responsibility to make sure you're visible. It's your responsibility to expand your network. It's your responsibility. I'm not going to do it for you. It's also your responsibility to develop a skill. So we've spoken about all the social and soft things you need to do, but while you're doing those things, you also need to develop competence, right? You can be a social butterfly. Everybody can like you. But if you cannot do the work, sorry, nobody is giving you the keys to the kingdom. Balance, right? If you can do the work and nobody knows you, nobody's giving you the keys to the kingdom. If you cannot do the work and everybody knows you, I'm sorry. They might give you the key to the kingdom because they think you're all that. And that's the last time, right? So please develop competence. You would always assess gaps in the things you want to do next, right? You could be trying to transition into a role, and you could accept that there are skills and competencies that I don't have. You assess those gaps and try to either take a course, take a certification to actually fill those gaps. Review and adapt. As I said, always revisit your goals, revisit what you've done, and find ways you can actually make it better. Let's move. Yeah. I'll conclude this presentation by saying that your career is not just built on performance, right? Perception matters. What differentiated my colleague from me was a concept I called, and I think it's a thing, called perceived value, right? It does not necessarily matter if she was only the one coming up with the ideas or not, but the fact that she was the one always bringing it, she was the face of those ideas, my bosses perceived that this person has incredible, valuable things to contribute to this company, and she was treated in that regard, right? So your performance alone, yes, we get you to a certain extent, but perception matters. As my pastor Pete always say, it is not necessarily who does not like you, but who likes you that matters. Now, we all know that, right? Don't we? And last but not the least, right? I'm a Christian, right? I love Jesus, and I'm a believer. The Holy Spirit is your advantage as a believer. I mean, you can do all the gimmicking, all the politicking and all that, but it takes the Holy Spirit to just make your experience a little bit better. I remember, I'll close with this. In 2024, while working with a startup, I had this opportunity a new company was coming into the country, and they were trying to set up, and a friend of mine referred me to become for their head of product role and all that. But I'd gone through the whole thing, spoken with the founder and CEO, gotten the offer later. In fact, I was renegotiating the offer later. But I just had this thing in me like, oh God, just stay where you are. Right? It was a better offer, right? Way better, right? And I prayed about it. And a week later, I just called my guys. You know what? I'm actually not going ahead with this. And I was like, why? I was like, if I tell you, you probably don't understand. Long story short, less than 5 months, the company shut down. Right? So I would have jumped ship and jumped into the ocean. Right? All right. So I'm sure we've learned something today. Yeah, it's been a very sketchy session. I've been trying to rush. My time is up. But I hope we've been able to learn a few things on how to move our career forward, share, be visible, right? Try to move with people, try to move towards people, and most importantly, manage the people around you because they actually matter. Thank you very much. How many minutes do I have for questions? 5 minutes. I have 5 minutes for questions. All right, so do we have questions? Okay.
Thank you. So I was going to ask, I understand from your story it was like something that was repeatedly happening was around that visibility. Someone else was more visible to the management and they took the credit. Well, that is not strange to me, but I wonder, is it much more advisable to share the credits even when you have more access to the management? Because something like that will cause the person that has been your brain box to just leave the company. And in a situation where you are not all that competent, but you have been hyped to be more than you are, and the brain box leaves, you are going to be exposed. Because I've seen that situation play out before, where someone was taking too much credit and was even discrediting the person assisting with the glory. And when the person left, although I won't say this person is incompetent, completely incompetent, but when the person left, there was a gap that showed that she couldn't handle everything by herself, and that actually worked against progression in the organization. So, what's your advice, sir?
Thank you very much. I don't know if that's a personal pain, but I feel your pain. Right? Yeah. So, at the end of the day, it still goes back to, so it would be great if this person in question actually tries to share the credit from time to time, right? But life is not fair, unfortunately, right? Your career is hanging. Your career is hanging on the likelihood that somebody will do something. So what if they don't do it? So what you can do as an individual is, if you're the person that is probably, and of course, you should find ways to also be approachable. You should find ways to also get to meet your boss from time to time. But if that's not your style, probably because of what you do, I was in operations, so I was all over the place. Emil, right? If I had more time, I would have explained adaptation, communication styles, and how to adapt. Some of your bosses want a detailed mail at the end of every week of what you did. Some people just want a summary, right? So understand how your boss likes to be communicated to. Probably every 1 week or every 2 weeks. This is what I did. This is what we couldn't get done. These are the reasons, not excuses. These are the reasons, right? And this is how I plan to tackle them. And this is also what I'm planning to do, say, the following week, right? That way, you are reporting what I've been done. You're also showing initiative that even without being assigned a new task for the week, you're already thinking, so what I had. That will rub off eventually, as long as that is done consistently. As we said, consistency over time, doing the right thing, will eventually build trust, right? So you just want to be consistent. Thank you for that. A round of applause for him, please.
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much for the presentation. My question is, I have been working in a role that is higher than what I was employed for. What is your advice on how to actually get the name of that role? I'm already performing all the tasks that the person in the role, but the person in the role left, and I was given all those things to do. How do I get from being where I am to being the person that was in the role? I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
I get what you're saying, right?
Thank you.
Mrs. Mildred, do you want to attempt answering that question? Yeah. So I want somebody who is at the top that can look downwards to be able to give you advice.
Okay. I don't know what he's talking about being at the top, but good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Mildred, and I'm here to speak today to, like the gentleman. But let me try and think of your question for a second, and I attempt it. You say you're doing something now that someone was there, and the person left, right? And you're now doing those things the person was doing, but you are still where you are. How long have you been doing this work? About what? About 2 years. And you joined the company 2 years ago, or you're doing the new position. Okay, for almost 2 years now. All right, now, while there are really no rules cast in stone to these things, to be honest. Your work environment, where you work, plays a very huge factor in a lot of things, that when we talk about career building and you're moving forward or backward. But this is what I would advise you. Just like what Mr. Jesse said, you need to make yourself more visible. I don't know what's going on where you are, but because you are the one there, I think you are the one that needs to understand the strategy. Somewhere in my slide, I made a statement and I said, you need to do the work. We can talk from morning till night, but you need to do the work. You need to understand the work, and then you do the work, and then you take it from there. There is no way, because like somebody said here, or was it you? Other people have eyes on that job. Do you realize that? Other people have eyes on that, not the work, that position. And that is why I'm thinking they have left you on the work, but haven't given you the position. Because somebody else has eyes, or people have eyes on that position, but they don't want to do the work. So like he said, you know, who knows you?
Who does not like you?
Yeah. Who likes you or something is more important than
who does not like you.
Do you know what I mean? So girl, you have to do your work. Do you understand? Nobody here is going to do it for you. We're just going to talk. You're in the system, work your system. That's all I can tell you. Yeah?
A round of applause for Ms. Mildred. Thank you very much for that. And I'll just add something as I leave the stage, right? On the slides, there was something about understanding the political landscape, right? There is politics to be played in every office. Every single office. In fact, there is more politics to play in a corporate environment than the actual politics itself, right? So understand the political landscape of your company. Understand what moves things. Understand the people who move things. Move towards them, right? Understand what gets them to tick. I mean, morally and legitimately, right? Understand what gets them to tick. Understand what makes them want to do things for people, right? And eventually you will just be able to find the answer to the problem. Thank you very much, guys.
Ooh, that was such an amazing session. If you got value, let me hear you say value. I can't hear you loud. Say value. Good. So one thing I took away from this session that stuck with me, that got me thinking, was performance gets you hired, but visibility gets you promoted. I'm going to ask a question now. So, give me a moment. Who wants to tell me why people stay stuck in their careers? From what he shared, I just need 2 answers. Okay. Can you stand up? Okay.
Waiting to be noticed.
Okay.
And
2.
Not aligning with your manager.
That's correct. Please give her a round of applause. So we have something for you. Yes. You're able to put your ear down. When I started this session, I said, open your notes and be writing. You are not writing. That's to say you are not writing. Now she has won herself a gift. Okay. Precious, please hand over from there. Just one. Thank you. Okay, so we are going to introduce our next speaker. Oh, before we proceed, I would like to acknowledge our speakers. So Lamide is here, and Miss Mildred Ekanem. You're welcome. Please give a round of applause for them. Okay, hold on. Okay, so our next session is on CB Clinic. Just give me a moment. Okay, so before we proceed, I'd like to ask a quick question. How many of us would like our CV to stand out? If you'd like your CV to stand out, can I see with a show of hands? Okay. So good news. We're about to hear directly from the expert herself. She's a talent acquisition specialist at Promasidor Holdings. Please join me in welcoming Oluwatosin Deborah Olayeye.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Yes, I was tempted to say good morning, OneChurch, but good morning, everyone. And thanks to our first speaker, Jesse Cuffy, a brother and a friend. So we're going to be visiting the clinic this morning, right? And as introduced, my name is Oluwatosin Deborah Olaleye. I'm a talent acquisition specialist at Promasidor Holdings Limited. And that positions me, to take this session. Why? Because on an average, right, on a daily basis, I review CVs on an average between 20 to 30. That's just on an average. I'm just being conservative, right? Weekly, I sit in interview panel, like 5 to 7 interview sessions. That's me just being conservative, right? This is a multinational company that hires every day, right? So I know what I'm looking for in a CV, right? I know what will make me to shortlist your CV for a position. And we know that there is this concern. If I can have my slides up, there's this concern in the labor market, right, that there's scarcity of talent. And it's not because there are people looking for a job, right? The irony is that we are saying at the other hand that there's scarcity of talent. Something is wrong. Someone is not positioning themselves. Someone is not being visible enough. And I'm going to amplify, one of the points that our first speaker spoke about, and that is visibility. Now, the tool that we'll be amplifying, to drive our visibility as professionals. Now, this visibility is to new opportunities, right? Right, is your CV, right? Your CV, your LinkedIn page, and your preparedness for interview, right? So you're looking for that opportunity. Yes, great, but you need tools. Number one tool is your CV, because your CV speaks for you where you can't speak. It travels farther than you've traveled, right? Yeah, so let's start. What is a CV? Why do you need a CV as a professional, right? Number one is your CV speaks for you, right? Your CV gets you positioned for opportunity. And, why do we have CVs that failed? Number one, clarity. Your CV is ambiguous. You're just doing too many things, right? You're not clearly stating your value proposition. People or recruiters want to see the value you will add in 2, 3, 5 seconds. That's the most I have to stay on your CV, right? There's this harsh reality that most CV do not get, shortlisted because we have less time to spend on your CV, right? And so at a glance, within 3 to 5 seconds, I must get clarity on the value that you can add. I must get clarity to say that, oh, this talent can drive that value that I am looking for. Now, next slide. All right, so the blueprint, the core sessions, and the structure of your CV. What are you supposed to do, when you're drafting or curating your CV? And about the core sections should be your contact information, your professional summary, work experience, skills, and education. These are the core sections. Any other thing is adjacent. Now, this is speaking to entry-level professionals or enthusiasts and then speaking to mid-level or professional, whatever level that you are, right? And what are the principles that guide the design of your CV, right? Number one, we should be looking at clean and logical layout. If you want to justify your CV, justify it. And you know, justification sometimes works in a very dynamic way. When you justify your entire document, right? Sub-headings, maybe you say skills and education, might distort. Who has experienced it? You justified, you select the entire document, you justify it, and then you see that skill has too many space because it's trying to fill, so in that line, you have to justify right or justify middle. No, so these are the dynamics around, structuring and giving your CV a logical layout, right? Clean section headers. Your section headers must be clean. Just as I said, if you're justifying right, justify right. If you're justifying middle or left, whatever, justify and ensure that they are clean and well aligned, right? The next is ensuring that you use proper font, readable font. That is very important. I see a lot of people have CV with very funny font. I will just pass. I'm not going to look at anything. I will just pass. Because I have a lot of people in the pool that are prepared. So why will I waste my time on a CV that I have to squint to read, right? Yeah, so your font size should aid readability, right? Calibri, Arial, Times Roman, ensure that you use a consistent font type, font size. I think that is all. Don't use font, don't color. Please just keep it black. Keep it black, leave color, right? Because you don't know the medium at which the person that would view your CV will be viewing your CV, right? So these are the things that you need, to build a structured CV. Right, so if we're moving, let me just... So we pray for our screen to receive. Okay, it's up. Okay, yes. So I talked about the scan test. You yourself, when you're done with your CV, look through it, scans, 10 minutes, close it, open it, 10 minutes, and say, what can I see? Ask yourself truly, what can you see? Send it to your sister or your friend. Open my CV in 10 seconds. Time yourself. In 10 seconds, what can you see? Can you get the value that I gave? Let the person critique your CV, and then give you honest feedback. Yeah, that's one of the things I used to advise, people, right? So, yeah, we have gotten, the basics of how to section and structure our CV. Now, let's quickly see what are the difference. I'm an entry level professional. What do I need to put together? What information should I put in my CV? I'm a middle level. Now, when I mean entry level, I mean people with experience 0 to 2, 3 on an average. You are entry level. Because the roles you're gaming at is officer level, analyst level, associate, depends on the field that you're playing in, right? So, and then middle level, we are talking about people that already have experience 4, 5, 6, 7 years, right? So what's the difference? When I see a CV, I can tell that this person is an entry level. I can tell that this person is a middle level. What should differentiate us, right? Yeah, so entry level, you're focusing on internship and your NYSC experience. Amplify it. And I see a lot of people say, NYSC, you put the school that you worked, what value did you have? I used to tell undergraduates, because I mentor a few of them, and I tell them that your NYSC year, that 1 year should be a year where you get clarity on what you are going to do, and then build on it. Set a foundation for yourself. Even if government had posted you to Agege Secondary School, drive impact. I was able to, if you're aiming at, being an HR professional, right? Work with the counseling department, was able to counsel 5 students, right? And get clarity on, the class they were going to go into, or the course they are going to study in school. I taught economics and had an average of 80%, pass mark. These are values that you can, drive as an NYSC. So the things that you're focusing on at an entry level is internship and NYSC experience. You're also focusing on your academics, background. You're focusing on your relevant technical skills, right? At least you should have something that singles you out. Data analysis. Data analysis is now water, right? Virtually all Gen Zs know how to, run data. What's your proficiency in Excel? Stated there. Intermediate is a skill, right? You're taking data analytics training, put it there. All these things will position you. And then your potential and willingness to learn, amplify it. I am open to learn, grow and learn in this career field or career path, XYZ, put it there, so that, that positions you, as someone that is a potential hire for an organization, despite the fact that you don't have experience. Yeah, for the middle level, what are we focusing on? We are focusing on measurable achievements, career growth and progression, leadership, time management, and problem-solving skills or problem-solving results. You must have solved problems. You've worked for like 4 years, 5 years, and you've not solved problems. I'm not seeing that in your CV. You've not driven a significant result. Wherever you've worked, there's a problem, right? So amplify those things. You've solved the problem, put it there. That is not glorifying yourself. It is positioning yourself. It is giving yourself that microphone, as the case may be, right? So now, in summary, for entry level, you're focusing on potential and foundation. And then for the middle level, the experts, you're focusing on impact and proving track record. So now let's go into it deeply. Now for contact and your summary, this is where recruiters focus on in the first 30 seconds. So what am I looking at on a normal? I open a CV. What I'm looking for is your professional email address. Slickbaby@gmail.com. Please go and delete it. Who is Slick Baby? It shows that you're an unserious human being. You're not ready for career. Please go and build a business. Maybe it works there, right? Almost sexy. Please go and sexy in your father's house. No insults, intended, right? So I'm looking at your email address because that is how I'm going to contact you, right? I'm looking out for your LinkedIn profile page link. And what that does is, most of the times I click so let me run through the process and then I'll come back to LinkedIn profile link, right? Your LinkedIn profile, right? I will see if it is clickable or not. I don't want to copy your link. No, I don't want to. I want to click it and it takes me to your page. So ensure that your LinkedIn URL is clickable, right? Next is a reachable phone number. I know some people have family numbers and general phone number. That general phone number, when you are not in the mood, you can decide to turn it off. When I want to reach a candidate, I only try twice. Afterwards, I move on. So meaning that day that you're not in the mood and you turned off that general phone, what happens? So ensure that on your CV, the number you have there is a reachable phone number, right? So things to avoid, right? When we talk about contact, we're talking avoid personal details. Yes, address is needed. Put in your address. I'm not saying don't put your address, but don't put it in detail. Number 2, Koshoko Street, beside Petrocam, Shangotedo, Lagos. They will visit you because you don't know where your CV will land. Yeah? Data privacy says that limit your personal information as much as possible. What a recruiter needs is Shangotedo, Lagos. If it's a remote job, please, Lagos, Nigeria. If the job you are applying to says that it's a remote job, you don't need the area. You don't need my area to decide to employ me or not. It's remote, right? So I can be anywhere in Nigeria, right? Just put Lagos, Nigeria, because I don't want to have a view of, oh, where do you stay? Where do you live, right? But if it's an on-site or an hybrid, right, role that you're applying to, please keep it to Shangotedo, Lagos State. Finish. Yeah, of course, they know that Lagos is in Nigeria. If you want to add Nigeria, you can add Nigeria. But please don't give detailed contact address, right? And then remove date of birth. I'm married. Date of birthday, 25th. Come on. I don't need your birthday. Until I hire you, then you can give me those information, right? Those are personal information, right? Even during interview, I don't need if you are married or not, right? I don't need your birthday yet. When I need your birthday is when I'm onboarding you. And it's because so that we can celebrate you, because then you're inside, yeah? But then, at this stage, keep the information simple. The information you need is what? The information we need is what? Okay. And contact your address. And then we say the address should be kept simple, no personal details, right? Your area, the state that you're in, if it's an hybrid or an on-site role, and then for remote, you just put your state and your country, right? Now, let's go to summary. Some people call it executive summary, some call it professional summary, some call it professional pitch, whatever the name is, it's all good. I'm not about the title, right? But then your executive summary should drive home a point. And what is the point? The value experience as an HR generalist. My core strength lies in culture transformation, performance management, payroll management, etc., right? So what I've done is, the person already knows my strength. And, you know, the recruiter has a job description they are working with, right? They know who they are looking for. So that summary already, you know, then, so when we get a brief from an hiring manager, right? This is internal. And they say, I need to fill the role of a finance executive. So they tell us, we need someone with 3 years experience. We need someone with data analytics experience, someone, you know, proficiency, intermediary with Excel, blah, blah, blah. So when I look at your professional summary, I should be able to capture those key things, right? So put in your, don't go like, my name is Oluwatosin. I have worked with da-da-da-da-da, and I'm a result-driven accountant, worked in XYZ industry, blah, blah, and then full stop. Without your key competence stated there, please, it is not complete without your key strength, right? And what you're looking to drive as a professional, right? We'll look at some example. Now, for an experienced person, right, you're not aiming for maybe an entry-level role, right? An example is a result-driven customer service professional with 3 years plus experience, skilled in resolving customer issues, improving satisfaction rate, and so on and so forth, right? For entry-level, we say, but I don't have experience yet. What do I do? Motivated and detail-oriented graduate with experience in customer service through internship and volunteer roles, skilled in resolving customer concerns, delivering positive client experience. So you can, you know, just jiggle it a bit. It's not possible that you don't have something that stands as a value. It's not possible. It's never possible. You must have done something in your church. For those that volunteered here, and you're an entry-level person, for SEP, you volunteered for SEP, that is a value. Add it to your CV. Whatever it is that you did during SEP, whatever it is, you're aiming, maybe administrative role, you're aiming at, organized a career fair event, organized a launching event, whatever it is, put it there, right? So I hear a lot of people say, I don't have experience. You don't have experience, but you've done something in your church while you're serving, during your NYSC, you were a secretary to, what's that thing called again? CDS, yeah? CDS, yeah? CDS group, you were a secretary, put it there. All these things, makes up, the competencies that, can drive the value that you can add to an organization. Next slide, please. All right. Now, let's go into experience and impact. This is another thing. So, when I look at your address and I see that it aligns with my request, proximity is an advantage because it might be part of the request that I got as a recruiter. Proximity, and the location is Shongotedu, and I see Shongotedu, I pass. You've passed that stage, right? I see that you have a clickable URL. I'm not using that URL now, but then I go further. I see your professional summary, and I see that you have the key strength that we're looking for. The next thing I'm going to look at is your experience, right? Now, why will your CV fail you at this point? Your CV has passed you contact, it has passed your summary. Now we are at the experience. Why will your CV fail, right? The reason is that most candidates type in task and responsibility. I don't need to see that. Coordinate interview sessions. Attend to customers. What again? Give me tax and responsibility. Manage payroll. You just put it there. I should just be reading job description. Because what you are giving me is just job description, right? So this is not impactful. This doesn't speak to someone who can add value, right? So what am I looking out for? I'm looking out for a strong experience statement, right? And we're going to follow a model, and that is the STAR model, right? Next slide, please. I need to move quickly. So this is the STAR model. The STAR model says, state the situation, right? And then the task, the action, and the result. Are we together? The STAR states that we should what? State the situation, state the task, the action you took, and then the result. Now, what this does is, it tells me that if we have similar issues in our organization, you should be able to drive results. I want results. I don't want what you did, right? I don't need your job description. I know them already. For an account officer, is account officer everywhere, right? The basics are the same. So I know those things. So what I need to know is the value you have added in that organization, right? For instance, streamlined processes, to manage the onboarding experience, of our new hires, and got a satisfaction rate for our new joiners, got a 80% satisfaction rate for our new joiners. Do you understand? It's better than saying I manage onboarding sessions. I plan onboarding experience. Okay, so when you plan, what happened? Right? So, the STAR model just helps to guide. And you should not have, more than 3, 4, 5, with a particular company. So let's say that you've worked with 3 companies, keep it simple. You don't need to write 10. The length is not the problem, it's the quality, right? The length is not the problem, it's the quality. Even if you have 3, if it is 3, put it there. It's okay. Don't keep it long. I don't have time to go through 3 pages of CV when you're not a director. I'm not recruiting for a director level. At least at that level, I should, expect volume, in your CV. But then for 3, 4, 5 years, at most, 2 pages, at most. For an entry level, 1 page. And then if you have too many things or necessary things listed, you might not be able to get that 1 page, right? So next slide, we'll be looking at, real world example, right? We are trying to modify our CV, from just, a statement of activity to a statement of achievement, right? That will position us, for opportunities. Now, for an entry level, I said that, a week experience, would be assisted in organizing campus events. What you should state is coordinated campus event with 200 plus attendees, improving participation by 30%. When you come to interview, I am interested in knowing what you did. If I'm employing you as an event associate or event planner, I know what to engage you with. This forms the basic, and don't just go and formulate things that you can't defend, please. Because if you formulate it or ChatGPT helps you, and then you don't have a story to tell, my sister, my brother, I will catch you in interview, red-handed. This still happened yesterday. On the CV, I noticed that this person used ChatGPT. But he did a good job. I know that he used ChatGPT. And I went straight into holding him by what he put there. He apparently doesn't have a clue of what he put in his CV. He did not. So please, just keep it simple. What you know you have done or what you can defend, because that most of the times will form the basis of the conversations you have during an interview, right? And then for middle level, we are looking at, you say manage a team of 6 people. So anybody can manage a team of 6 people. There are a lot of natural leaders, right? Especially in Nigeria. All right, so, but then a strong statement will be, if you follow the STAR method, will be lead a team of 6 to deliver projects 20% faster, significantly improving customer satisfaction rate. Right? Do we understand? I know we all have our CVs here. You might have it on your phone or your tab. Please start, if you have it physically, start putting a pen to this one cancel, that one cancel. Cancel, because you will soon be coming for mock interview. And HR professionals are waiting for you. They will point out these things. If you don't mark it, cancel, so that when they are asking you, why do you have this in your CV? You say, no, now I learned. I'm going to correct it. Because I don't have the soft copy here, I can't edit. I will do well to edit it, right? So please start marking it. If you can edit electronically, start editing it electronically, because you might forget. Okay, all right, so next slide. Yeah, so beyond experience, we need some other things, yeah? Skills, education. For instance, your skills can be, for entry level, Excel, your proficiency in Excel, if you can use Excel. So, I remember last month we were recruiting for an entry level role in the finance department, and one of the key skills required is Excel proficiency, at least basics, right? Yeah, so this person said, Excel proficiency intermediate. Beautiful. Oh yeah, now, come and do this. Auntie goofed too. She could not even do AutoSum. She struggled. And you know, at a point I was like, you don't need to waste our time here, right? For like 5 minutes you've been struggling with just some 35, just 35, some, that's all. And then you've been struggling, saying that you want to do it manually. Who does that? You are using Excel, you are not using paper. Why are you doing manually? It just means that even basic stuff you don't know. So, and you put intermediate. How can you defend this? And she was like, it's just so that, okay, fine, thank you very much. Already she has the feedback to the interview, there and there. Yeah, so list specific tools that you can use. If you can use a CRM, say you can use a CRM. If you can use QuickBook, say you can use QuickBook. You can even state, for HR professionals, you say you can use HR IS, state the type that you've used. Bamboo HR, Workday, whatever it is that you've used, right? Whatever tool that you can use, state it, and then ensure that you tailor your experience, yeah? Then education, basics, degree, institution, Ekiti State University. What's your course of study? Economics, BSc in economics, and state the year you graduated. Capiche? If you are a middle-level professional, please go and delete tutu delete that tutu. You don't need it now. You don't need the class of the degree that you came out with. What you need now is experience, the value. But for entry-level role, please put it though. You have first class in economics, put it with your full chest. Do you understand? But if you are graduating from that entry-level role into middle-level role, go and delete it. So I'm speaking to those that have, 4, 5, 6 years experience, yeah? So your graduation year, I stated. Then certification and training. There's a misconception between these things, right? And I see people say the sub-header is certification. And I see data analytics, project management. There are short courses that you can take on these things. And they will give you certificate of participation or certificate of attendance. That's not a certificate. That's just a proof that you attended a training. At least you went to, you got, a training. Certification should be a something that certifies you as, a professional in an expertise, right? Right. So, for instance, as an HR, I'm a chartered, HR professional, certified by CIPM, right? So you can put it. I'm an HR professional certified by HRCI. You can put it. Those are certifications. Now, you attended leadership class, and they gave you certificate of participation, sir and ma. That's just training. But you can put these two together if you don't have much, right? So myself, you put it certification/training, not just certification, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? Are we clear on that? Do we promise to change? Thank you very much. Right, so moving forward, we quickly look at, media. Yes. Now, in summary, what are our do's and don'ts? The do's is tailor your CV for every job. And this applies to entry level, right? You've not decided on a career path, right? You're still dilly-dallying. Okay, should I do admin? Should I do HR? Should I do customer service? Even people with quality experience still have this confusion. But then I used to tell people that choose a path. It helps you to build depth, right? It helps you to build depth faster than when you're just here or here or here. When I see a CV and I see 2 years you worked as customer representative, another 2 years you worked as admin executive, another 1 year you worked as HR person, I'm like, okay, this person is confused. I will not shortlist you, I'm sorry. When I hit a hard rock, I can come back to you. But when I have options, no, I will not shortlist you. Because I can't pin your career path, right? So as much, as possible, ensure that you have, but then I understand that as an entry-level person, you just finished NYSC, and you still don't have clarity, which we know that, after this event, you should be able to get clarity on what to do and what not to do based on your strengths and maybe what you've been, exposed to, right? But then when you're applying to a particular role, right, organizations have their own dynamics. Research about the role. What are they looking out for? Even if you are an HR professional, you are applying to a telecom company, for instance, right? And you see the job description, tailor your CV to that job description. What are the skills they are looking for? What are the expectations from that role? Tailor your experience and your competencies that you have to that expectation. It helps you to be noticed and identified easily. And then show results using the STAR method. Keep it to just 1 or 2 pages. What should we watch out for? Don't use one CV for all your job applications. Just throw it. And someone has attached proof of payment on LinkedIn application. God. All right, so don't use generic CV for all job. Don't write long paragraph. We don't have that time to read it, honestly, right? Listing duties without achievement is a no-no. Ensure that you spell out your duties, with the achievement or the results that you got from it. Do not include irrelevant personal info, right? So the most important thing, for you to be shortlisted is consistency and clarity, right? Consistency. And what does consistency mean here? You worked somewhere as a quality assurance officer. You moved on to another place. You became quality assurance supervisor. You moved on. You became quality assurance manager. That's consistency, right? Stay on a career path. Don't be jumping up and down. The money that tech guys make, you can make it in administration. You can make it in administration or customers, relationship, career path, if you build depth. There are admin professionals that are earning in millions, and I kid you not. But they got to that position because they can speak and put their value out there, right? All right, so let's quickly look at some example. I think my time is up. Media. I think this is a closing thought. I think I've closed. Yeah, next. Yeah, so look at this CV. Can we see it? So I need a volunteer to quickly tell me what's wrong with it. Yes. Please come. Thank you.
Thank you. The formatting, first of all, is wrong. The address is on the left side, while the name is on the left side. Then I can start with that one first of all. Then also, at the bottom, I'm seeing property.
Great. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, please come. Please, quickly. Okay, there's a mic. There's a mic there. Thank you.
Okay, so I can see the marital status, the date of birth, the full address, and the email address is somehow, exceptional.
Okay, thank you. Aside from that, there's one more thing. Say what?
Okay, so the person's personal details came after professional summary, which is not supposed to be like that.
Okay. What else? Detailed address. To save our time, yeah? Detailed address. We don't need number 2 or Jugbana Street, Surulere. What do I need that? Just keep it Surulere, Lagos. Simple. Right? Say what? No education. Right, yes, no education. So how do I know what you studied? Right? So with all the things I've said today, am I going to shortlist this CV? No. Okay. Is the never for me? Next. Let's look at another one, yes. Let's look at another one. So this is a functional CV format that we can have. Do we have any question? Questions, please. All right, so I know that we've taken some learnings, right? And our CV is a tool in our hands. Just like God asked Moses, what is in your hands? Right? And it's that tool that was in his hands that he used to perform miracle. For God to position you for mouth-opening opportunities, your tool has to be ready for those opportunities, right? So if you if you had worked on your CV and you need help, right, please, to the last slide, I guess, you can upload your CV on a Google Drive and then share with me the first 20 shares. I will take a final look and also review your LinkedIn, right? You know, we've said your CV, your LinkedIn, and your readiness for interview positions you for better opportunity. So, yes, that's my email. If you share it with me, right, I want a live document. Don't send to my email as an attachment. And then we review. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tosin, for that amazing session. Please give her a round of applause. So, thou shalt not use Slick by Lizzie as their email address. Thou shalt not use Omo Sexy. What shall I use? I can't hear you. Thank you. While she was taking this session, I saw some people already updating their CVs. That was so smart. So now we're going to go for breakfast. Now, before we do that, we would like you to have your belongings with you. So don't leave them on the chair. Make sure you take them along. And also, we would like you to make a video of yourself. You can tag us. We are content creators in the house, UGC creators. So when you go outside, you would see the banner. Make sure you snap yourself. Tag us. We'll collaborate with you. All right. Thank you. So you can go for breakfast now. Okay, so breakfast is for 15 minutes. All right. Enjoy.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. So breakfast is just outside. You will see the Bonvita gazebo outside. So you can go in there, get a cup of chocolate and burger bread. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Did you tag us? Hope, how many of you are actually making a video of this event? Tag us, collaborate with us. SEP Hub on Instagram. Okay, so let's dive in. Before we move into the next session, I'm going to tell you a very brief story. Now, I want to tell you a story about Emeka. Now, who is Emeka? Emeka is a 26-year-old man. Emeka carries water bottle everywhere, but Emeka does not use it. Emeka feels tired, always drained, always exhausted. Nkechi walks into his office. Nkechi asks him, Emeka, what is wrong with you? Emeka will not be able to say anything. Emeka feels tired. Nkechi says, Emeka, what is wrong with you? And next thing, Nkechi asks him, Emeka, have you had water today? Emeka said no. So now, this question is for you guys. Have you had water today? Are you sure? Okay. So now we are going to introduce the H2 Wellness for a water sensitization session. Please give a round of applause for them. Okay, so it seems H2 Wellness is not ready. Okay, let's play a quick game before they come on board. Precious. So we'd need representatives from this session, this session, this session, and the back session. So, any volunteers? Okay, sorry guys, H2 is here now, so let's welcome them. Please give a round of applause.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kaz, Jenna Joshua, and sorry I sound this way. I did outside to share water since. All of you drinking water, I give you water, right? Right? Yes, no? Who is saying no? Where you did? Where were you? Okay, so I'm here to actually just emphasize on the need why you need to drink water. That's all I care about. I care about you so much, and I would really love to see you healthy. Not just healthy, happy. Not just happy, but well hydrated, okay? I love what you're doing. I love to see more of that. I love to see people drink water. In fact, thank you so much. That's like a very beautiful thing to do. One of the beautiful, or one of the most priceless gifts that you can give to yourself is the gift of wellness, right? Who wants to get old and start treating some kind of, you know what I'm talking about, right? Like chronic diseases like kidney stones, these are really expensive diseases. I call it the big man disease because a poor man cannot be able to afford, to take away kidney stones from them. But if you're able to stay hydrated or well hydrated, I'm super sure that you will be able to, stay well. I have a few things I would like to show you on the screen just basic stuff. So I don't know if the media can help me. Let me do another formal introduction. My name is Kars Janet Joshua, K-A-R-Z. It is a native name, so don't think it is a nickname. And I am the convener of the H2O Wellness Campaign. We are a community of people that believe that everyone can stay healthy just by drinking the right amount of water every day. I mean, there's too much of water in your body. I mean, there is too much of water you can take, and there is, what's it called, basic level of water you can take, and also there's very little amount of water you can take. So we like to maintain that balance. For men and women, it is different. I mean, men has heavier body build, or your physique is different from a woman. You have more weight than a woman. You look more masculine than a woman. And the amount of water you should take as a man is different from the amount of water you should take as a woman. Please, if you're not going to hear anything today from me, try to note the quantity of water you should take as a man and as a woman. I mean, we do not have a lot of kids here, but I will still emphasize on kids. So, media, I'm waiting for you. Right? Please, can you help me display the flyer on the screen so we can all have access to it? All right, so for men, since you have chest and since you have muscle, you're big, right? A man is supposed to take 3.5 to 4 liters, minimum 3 liters of water every day, and that is inclusive food, fruits, and fluid. We call it a triple F, FFF, food, fruits, and fluid. So if you're going to take water, it should be in your food. It should be in your fruits. It should be in the fluid you take. Fluid is either your tea, your zobo, your soda. I don't advise people to take soda, but if you must take soda, please make sure you take soda on a level. Not be every time you go carry soda, they drink, like say they shock you. Do you understand? So make sure that you take it on a level. So for men, 3 liters is minimum. For women, minimum for men, the maximum 4 liters. It all depends on what you're doing. I mean, a lot of men get to do strenuous work and jobs, so it all depends on the job you're doing part-time and also the climate. I mean, we're in Lagos, and it is always very hot in Lagos. Every one of us knows that. So for women, you are advised to take 2.5 to 3.5 maximum water. So maximum is 3.5, minimum is what? 2.5. So I don't know if men can remember the amount of water they should take. Men what? 3 point what? Please, men, are we here? Oh, we've changed our agenda. Okay. Men, how many liters minimum, please? 3.5 liters. Please, hear me and hear me well. 3.5 liters, that's like minimum, level up. 3 liters minimum, maximum 4 liters. So in between is 3.5, minimum is 3. Can we repeat that, please? So men, how many liters of water are you supposed to take? 3.5. That's middle. So we have bigger, biggest. Bigger, is 3.5. Big is 3. Biggest is 4. Is that understood? And for women, how many liters are we supposed to take? Please speak out. That's why I love women. See how audible we are. Okay, so moving away from that, we all understand that there are a lot of diseases that we can, curb. Please, I would really like all of you to scan this. Please scan it so you can see all the information that I am sharing on the screen. I will leave the screen for you to scan in like a few seconds. Please bring out your phone, scan the QR code so you can get all the information that we are talking about this afternoon. I believe we're done. Can I go back here? Thank you so much for that. Please put your hands together for yourselves. You're all amazing. All right, so if you check, let me open my own phone too, because we're going to read it. It's a very short, flyer there, so we're all going to read it together right about now. It's a pictorial illustration or illustrative flyer that happens to read H2 Wellness Campaign, Hydrate for Health. Drink water, stay what? Drink water, stay what? Okay, so daily target for every person is what? Please look at the flyer you scanned. Please scan the flyer. Don't be a stubborn person. We're in the house of God. 8 to 12 what? Glasses. That's 2 to 3 what? Liters. I told her to make it be like, say, you get coconut head, you don't want to drink water. See that 3 liters, please. It is for your own benefit. You're not drinking it for me. You're drinking it for what? Yourself. And now, one other way you can know that you're dehydrated is your urine. Every one of us will pee every day, right? Almost every one of us must have used the restroom today. So whenever you pee, always ensure to check the color of your urine. It is very important. That's one quick, easy way you can know if you're dehydrated or well hydrated or even underhydrated, right? So if you look at if you zoom into the flyer there, you will see that there is a color that is boldly written, pale yellow, which is good. So when you look at your urine, if it's pale yellow, it is good. And it does not stink. If you see someone that has a smelly urine, know that person needs to visit a doctor. All right? And if it's dark yellow, if the urine is dark yellow, please, you need to drink more water. That means you are what? That means you're what? Thank you so much for your cooperation. And now, another sign of dehydration is when you look at your lip. Okay, let's start with headache first. So you have little headaches. I'm super sure that you must have been in a situation where you feel tired and you're like, what have I done today? Have you checked if you've drank water? Please always drink water. So a little headache or mild headache actually is a cause of dehydration. And fatigue is another cause, of dehydration. Dry lips. Now, this is particularly to the men. Because men would say, I don't want to use moisturizer or lip balm and all of that. See me now, they were licking their lips. That's very, I don't know what to tell you. But if you do that, please stop it. Don't do it again. Because do you know that you have dead skin on your lip that actually have germs? And once you lick your lip, you're taking it back into your stomach. And you're just damaging yourself. So this is like a wake-up call to every man. Please take care of yourself. Stop licking your lips. Use Vaseline. Drink water. And keep your lips moisturized. Like this lady now, she's already using her lip gloss. And that's a very beautiful thing. Don't say men don't used to use lip gloss. Am I a woman? Please take care of yourself. Be slick. And another one is dizziness. So whenever you feel dizzy, just know that you're dehydrated. And before I go or before I leave here, there are like quick tips that I would like to share with you that is equally on the flyer. You're not looking at your flyer. I have a problem with you. Please scan the QR code. Scan. Thank you. Please, if you've not scanned, scan so you can all follow what we are doing. Sorry for putting you on the spot. Okay, so start your day with water. I know people that start their day with Instagram. You don't even remember to say, good morning, Jesus. You've rushed to your phone. Who is even texting you? That's the question. So start your day with water. It's very important that you what? Start your day with what? With water. Very important. Thank you. And now, this one is like free tip. This one is free. So did you know that when you start your day with water, fruit-infused water, it is very good for your gut? Do you know that? So fruit-infused water is like basically adding cucumbers to your water, or lime, or lemon, or orange, or even pineapple, watermelon, all these fruits that have water. Just infuse it into your water. You're not just drinking the water, but you're equally taking in the healthy enzymes from the water straight to you, which is very, very healthy for your belly walls. So for every person that is trying to have the summer body and you want to, do all the penguin things or stuff, try to, take water, fruit-induced water. When I mean it cleanses, it just doesn't cleanse, but it will help you detox like very, very fast. And you should stay consistent with it. Don't come and drink fruit-induced water today and say, there was one girl that said, if I catch you, let's do what I will do to you, but just make sure you stay consistent, okay? And let's look at this other one too. Drink water before you're thirsty. Now, did you know that when you're thirsty, it means you're sick of hydration? Did you know that? You're not supposed to be thirsty. Do you know you're not supposed to be thirsty? That's why World Health Organization advises that you should take water every 30 minutes. So when you're taking water, you're not gulping, you're not drinking like we're walking on the Ajah Bridge, right? You will sip. Drink with teas like you have class, you have prestige. Like just sip it like. Very good. Do you understand? Don't go and be drinking and I see people that abuse the bottle. You drink water, you're squeezing the bottle like you and the bottle have issues. Please try to be kind when you're drinking water. Treat water as you treat your best friend. Because what water will do for you, your best friend cannot do that for you. All right? And the last one is choose water over sugary drinks. Now, did you equally know that when you're thirsty, let's say your body is craving for soda, something sugary, do you know that's when your body needs water? So it is actually advised by the World Health Organization that you should drink water before you go ahead to take any sugary thing. So that sugary thing should be healthy sugar and not, you understand? So let it be healthy sugar. It should be sugar gotten from maybe dates or fruits, sugar cane. We know sugar cane, they sell them everywhere, right? So let it be that kind of sugary stuff. Do we have any question? Is there any question, please? Okay, so there's someone at the back that I would like to, please can you come closer? I don't know how audible you can be. Okay, the lady is coming, so ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon.
Okay, my question is the lemon water or the pineapple or cucumber water you ask us to drink in the morning, is it supposed to be warm or just room temperature?
Room temperature is preferred. I mean, all of us that take cold water is actually good, but did you know that your body overworks to heat up that water? What your body needs is room temperature water, not cold water, actually. But if you must have coconut oil, go and drink cold water. It's still good for you. It's not so bad. Okay.
Thank you. My question was actually tied to her. I wanted to know if there was an issue with, taking cold water, because I had normally...
No, there is no issue. Okay, the last question, because I am out of time. All right.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, now you're talking about sugary stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, now can we take something like Pepsi, Fanta?
I know. Sugary stuff. I mean, this what should I tell him now? What should I tell him? So do you know that mixing it with water is not even the issue? The issue is what you drink before that. That's why I said whenever your body craves for something sweet, you should take water first because you're thirsty. It's your mind that is deceiving you that you need sugar. So take the sugary stuff first take the water first before you take the sugary stuff. But please, advise yourself. All right, thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Please, you can check us out on Instagram. We are H2O Wellness Campaign. That's Water Wellness Campaign. We only preach water. But away from that, I'm a radio presenter. You can listen to my show whenever you want to. Have a beautiful day, and I love you so much.
Thank you so much. Water. You know, Ekanem. How many of us know that song? Okay, so we acknowledge that time is fast spent. So for the next session, we are going to be taking companies that are here to hire and the next panel session. So, but before we get into that, I would like to check our energy level. So on a scale of 1 to 10, what's our energy level like? Well, you people came late now, so that's why we didn't start early. Your energy level cannot be 4. What's our energy level like? So we're going to do a quick chant word. So if I say SEP Career Fair 2026, are you ready? You would say, let's go. And if I also say, because ready is not a decision, because ready is not a feeling, you would say it is a decision. So SEP Career Fair 2026. Ready is not a feeling. So now what's our energy level like? Okay, so we're going to introduce our next speaker. Okay, so our next speaker will be taking a session on how to navigate career growth.
Every successful career journey starts somewhere, but growth requires clarity, resilience, and the ability to evolve. Mildred Ekanem is an experienced operations and strategy leader with over 15 years of driving transformation across complex systems and large-scale initiatives. Her leadership journey reflects what it truly takes to grow from entry-level roles into positions of influence and impact. Today, she'll be sharing practical insights on navigating your career journey from starting out to leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mildred Ekanem.
Go to Younger Beauty, Heroes Base, Donor Planet. I'm sure that from the entrance, you guys have spoken about it, so you know where you're what booth you're meant to go. Please go there. But right now, as you're going there and doing your interviews, for the rest of us that are not doing interviews, we're going to have our next speaker, who is Mildred Ekanem. So please, media, let's have a video on.
Resilience and the ability to evolve. Mildred Ekanem is an Every successful career journey starts somewhere, but growth requires clarity, resilience, and the ability to evolve.
I need to, can I get one of the ushers, please? I have a quick question. I don't want to have to. Okay, so while they ask the question, we'll just start. Are the slides up? Please, can we have the slides, please? So how are we feeling today? Today you want to come and hear about career again. Everybody's always talking career, career. Is this thing real? It's real. It's happening. Before I get into it, let me make it clear. Okay. There's really no, I wouldn't say from personal experience that there's a clear pathway, something casting stone to this top that we're talking about. However, there are tips to it. There are strategies to it. So today, so today I'm going to do as much as I can to give a guide on this matter. Okay, so I've been told I have 30 minutes, so it's like 1 minute per slide, or even half a minute. I'm going to do my best. So what is career? What is career growth? Career growth is a journey. There's no doubt about that. The earlier speakers had mentioned that directly and indirectly. And it evolves over time. From discovering your strengths to developing expertise and eventually leading others. So it's a journey, it's in phases, it's in steps. However, each of those steps has other steps. So today we're going to try and touch as much as we can, all right? And I need you to listen. as well as take down notes, but you need to listen, most importantly. For young people stepping into the professional world, understanding this journey early can make all the difference. As I said, this is just a guide. You know, when we talk about career growth, the first word, or career advancement, you just imagine what is advancement. It talks about going up, you know, so you just think career is up, up, up. However, with career growth, we must understand something. All the lines are not vertical. You can go vertical, and you can go the other way. So with vertical, you go from associate, you know, to deputy head, deputy that head, in one straight line. You know, maybe you are working as in a department, you just keep going up that line. You're working in a big company, you work in the fleet department as an admin, you now move to deputy admin or deputy manager, blah, blah. But there's another way, which is the literal. So you can move from, while still in that organization, you move from fleet department to another unit, but you move at the same level. That is advancement. Don't mix that up. Do not think that if you do not go from Executive Officer 1 to Executive Officer 2, you haven't grown. That is not true. You can go from Executive Officer 1 to Executive Officer 1, but in another unit. That is skill acquisition. That is diversification. That is growth. Next slide. There are 5 stages I have personally been able to carve out when we talk about career movement. And the 5 stages are here on the board. You can feel free to add your stages, but I think I like to stay within these 5. The first stage is the discovery stage, building competence, career advancement, transitioning, and effective leadership. Today, I will focus more on number 1 to 3, a little bit into 4, and I will leave number 5. But before we finish, you will get the gist of number 5, I hope. For the discovery stage, this is where you try to explore who you are and what's possible before committing to a path. All right? In this stage, many things will come to you. Many various things will come to you. It's okay to explore. Trust me, you're doing the right thing. From that stage, you then move on to building competence. Here, you explore to develop skill. You develop knowledge. You try and be consistent because you want to be known for something. You gain experience. Some of you here might be in stage 1 or stage 2 or even stage 3. But please, run with me. Then when we're done with that, we move to the next stage of career advancement. All of these things I'm saying in 2 minutes, please, they do not happen in 2 days. They don't even happen in 2 weeks. However, you must have the consciousness that at every point in time, you are in one of the phases, so you are able to navigate your way through to the next phase. All right? That is why I have broken this into 5. And after now, I will speak on other skills I think we need at every stage. So there is a stage situation, and there's a steps situation at every stage. When you move from building competence, you go to career advancement. This is positioning and influence. So now you have moved from Officer 1 to Officer 2. You're in like Officer 3. You're beginning to know other things. You're moving. And you are being intentional about the movement. That is something we all must learn to remember. One of the most important things about career advancement is being intentional. Don't ever think it's just going to happen by luck or by chance, or let me just keep going. I prayed in the morning, so it's going to be all right. It's not true. You have to be intentional. You have to recognize your stages and your phases. And at each stage, or phase, you have to know what to do. Earlier today, we had one of us, a sister, who mentioned, oh, she had been in a position, or she is in a position where she's doing so much work. And basically, she just thinks she deserves more. I mean, that's the bottom line of her question. And I agree with you. But you must understand the terrain. You must understand the terrain. Career advancement is not just about knowing the work. It's also understanding the terrain. The next step is transitioning. Now you move to leadership, responsibility, and impact. You intentionally move from one role to the other, level or career path to another. Let me mention this. In the career advancement stage, that's where we start looking at promotions. That's where we start looking at role progression, visibility and influence, the way Mr. Jesse mentioned earlier. Specialization, financial and professional growth. When I say financial growth, it has to reflect in your income. It is part of it. Don't ever tell yourself that I'm growing. You got to grow around. If you don't grow around, you'll be frustrated. It's the simple truth. So that is why you must be intentional and tactical about your movement. All right? So that lady, it's not for them to give you the position. Please, it must come with the package. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's why I told her, do the work. All right? Then leadership is the 5th stage. I'll go to the next slide, please. We'll be quick about it. I call this the fist. Now, this is where my talk really starts, okay? I call this the fist. What I mean by the fist is the fist for success, all right? Focus, skill, and tips. I have tried to squeeze the entire talk into these 3 things. And at every stage, you see these 3 things, they must apply. Please run with me. Before we go to the next stage, let me give you a one-liner for the 5 stages. So you have that at the back of your mind. At the discovery stage, you're figuring it out. At the building competence stage, you are getting good at something. That thing you figured out, you are getting good at it. At the career advancement stage, you are moving up and forward. At the transition stage, you are changing. I am becoming something new. Then at the leadership stage, we talk about mentorship, we talk about legacy. Just have, those are like side notes you should have at the back of your notes. So we're talking about the fist. Next slide. This slide, I call this slide the focus. If you look at this slide, no, stay there, please. If you look at this slide, that's the individual. It's quite small, yeah, because your dreams are big, isn't it? So that's the individual, and that's what you're looking at. You can see there are many things. You're wondering, where do I hit? How do I hit? Next slide. For you to hit, you have to clearly define your direction and consistently channel your energy, your time, and your decisions towards achieving it. Intentionality. You cannot just be moving. If you're privileged to be in an environment where you can easily get financed to do this and do that, that's okay, but you need to target it. You need to know where you're going. You have to have clarity of direction. Then you have to be self-aware. When we talk about clarity of direction, you need to learn to prioritize. When you prioritize, you need to choose deliberately. You need to know what to ignore. You need to know what to pursue. You need to know what to delay. Very, very important. Self-awareness, you must understand your interests, your strengths, and your values. Self-awareness is actually broken into 2. We have the internal and we have the external. What are the internals? The internals are your emotions. You must know your emotions. You must know your values. You must know your principles as young as you think you are. Because that's where you have to start. You don't have to wait to get to where you're very old and older. Let me use the word older in age No, you start from there. Then your external awareness is your communication style. Like I said, there might not be a clear pathway on how to communicate, but you must be intentional about these things. Because when you are intentional about a thing, you do not just throw out anything out there. You pick your words, you pick your company. When I say your company, I mean things around you. You pick what you listen to. It's very important because these things shape you. You have to build self-awareness. You have to reflect regularly. You have to ask yourself honest questions. Next slide. We're talking about the skill. This is you trying to get your skill. Next slide. What is your skill? Your skill is the learned, developed, or innate ability to perform a specific task or action with high proficiency. It represents your ability to apply knowledge effectively, often acquired through training, experience, or education to achieve desired results within a given time frame. There are different kinds of skills. We have technical, hard skills. We have interpersonal, soft skills. We have strategic, advanced skills. And we have the domain-specific or general. But you must, at every point, at every of those 5 stages, the issue of focus must always arise. The issue of skill must always be at the back of your mind before you now move to tips. Tips are general tips, all right? The role of skill in career development is very central. It is the energy that drives growth, performance, and progression at every stage of your career, as it has the capacity to turn your ambition into real-life measurements. How do you get skill? That's what some people say. Through practice, through repetition, through application. You have to get involved. When Mr. Jesse was talking, he talked about some examples of where some people went out of their way and decided to be part of a project. That's how that's how you develop your skill. And these are the things that speak for you. The role of skill is very important, and we mustn't take it for granted. There is another way we achieve skill that I must mention, and I think I don't have it here. That is through exposure. What is exposure? Exposure is through internships, pet projects. He talked about it. He mentioned pet projects. You know those little things that you think nobody's seen? Those little things that you think are unimportant? Those things are the real builders. Because you find yourself, when you come into a room, and when you're speaking, you speak with a level of intelligence, and you wonder, it is because of those other pet skills. You allowed yourself to do internships. Some people don't take internships. They don't volunteer. They say they won't pay us. Nigeria is too difficult. I can't work, or forget it. They're not paying. It's volunteer. I don't have time for that. You have to have time for it. Because that is one sure way forward. Let's not even bother. Skills, pet projects, volunteering can help you fill in a lot of empty gaps. Importance of skill. Next slide. Skill helps you to improve what? Your relationships. It helps you to improve teamwork, to improve your teamwork. You become more effective. You become much more effective if you decide to learn a skill. You communicate better time management. It gives you a different kind of literacy, another level of adaptability. Skill is, whether you are in stage 1, discovery, you are in career advancement, you are in transitioning. If you ignore your skills, if you ignore your focus, I guarantee you, you will lose track and balance. Nobody says you can't have a life outside your corporate life, but you must be able to separate your character from all of these things. Career building is what we're talking about. We're not talking about your personality. That's a different topic of its own. But you must understand that They are two different things. You must know when to marry them and know when to separate them. There is a skill matrix, right? Whether you like it or not, and wherever you are, where you have no skill, your performance in the office will be low, or even no performance. When you have basic skills, they say, oh, this one has a level of competence. When you have advanced skills, they say, oh, this person is getting advanced. And when you have strategic skills, that's what puts you on the leadership ladder. Skill is important. Please do not take it for granted. So where are we now? Tips for skills. In a single phrase, intentional direction in continuous skill building. That is what tips are. Staying in strong relationships and a series of consistent high performance over time. To break this down, it is simple. What does it mean? Have and know your identity. Integrity is not optional. Integrity is not optional. You must have your identity. These are just simple tips. They are not necessarily written anywhere. But I can guarantee you that they form the package. It's not an easy walk. It has never been an easy walk. We can all come here and say it in 5 minutes, but it is not an easy walk. It's a walk that goes with a lot of determination, self-determination, intentionality, and plan. You must have a plan. You must have a strategy. You must not necessarily have the right plan, but you need to have a plan, because as you go along the way, you learn a little bit more. You know what to cut off. You know what to maintain. It's the simple truth. When we talk about integrity and how important it is, I hope it's okay if I can use 1 or 2 Bible verses, knowing our environment. It's written there. Even in Proverbs 10:9, integrity is not optional. Be intentional and have integrity. Be curious, be conscious, and be open to learning. Always have a plan. I think I already said that. Don't fear mistakes. They are part of growth for you to be resilient. The Word of God says in Galatians 6:9, let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. Do not be afraid. A lot of things as you're moving along the way will scare you. A lot of things will want to discourage you. A lot of things will want to tell you that these things don't work this way. It's not true. Those are only false narratives, and they are temporary. You must learn to stand by the right thing. All right? So there's no imaginary way forward. It's hard work at every point in time. The stories to the end of the journey are not always rosy. But if you're focused, if you integrate skill in your daily life, trust me, you are on the right path. You must be visible. Jesse said that. You must be visible, and not just to be visible carelessly. You must be visible and add value. That's the main thing. You must add value, you must be teachable, and you must learn to deliver constant results. You must stay adaptable, you must ask questions, you must think long term, and you must strive for excellence and choose excellence. Well, let's talk about striving for excellence and choosing excellence for 1 minute, because for me, that's like a focal point in career advancement. Can somebody tell me the difference between striving for excellence and choosing excellence? And someone would imagine that, are they not the same thing? They are not. Can somebody tell me what striving for excellence is? Yeah, you can? Sure.
Striving for excellence simply means your constant pursuits for excellence. It's like seeing a goal up there and you are like, I will get it no matter what.
So what you do, you're active, it's in the
pursuit,
plan.
yes, sir.
So at every point in time, you choose to be the best. What is choosing excellence?
Okay, choosing excellence then means the decision that, okay, this is what I want, I'll stay on it. There could be distractions anyways.
That's right.
So, but you stay on it until you get there.
Perfect. As slim as they sound, they are two different things. Like he said, when you strive for excellence, it means striving for excellence is an active activity. So as you move on a daily, when they give you that little task on that your little desk, at the back of your mind, you are going to deliver the best. At the back of your mind, you are going to deliver, no matter how tiny the desk is. You leave the desk. You leave the corner of the office. What I mean is your location, and you face the work. That is striving for excellence. And for choosing excellence, like he says, it is what happens along the way, where those distractions and that noise begins to seep in. They begin to seep in. I call them noise. I call them noise. You have to learn to ignore the noise. And when A and B is in front of you, you choose the best. The A, let's assume A is the best. You choose the A. Very important. Because these things you do and the ways you act, and you think nobody is watching you, everybody is watching, and everybody can see you. As you're seeing them, they are seeing you. As you are watching them, they are watching you. So at every point in time, you must always remember that you are aiming for the top. Next slide, practical tools. There are simple tools we can use. Next slide. There are simple tools we can use. Yeah, we set goals, we learn continuously, we network, we have a mentor. And of course, we keep things simple. You have to learn to keep things simple. Always learn to keep things simple. It is the easiest way out, even of a difficult situation. So long as you haven't complicated yourself in that circle, you can always come out of it. Common pitfalls. Next slide. There are simple and common pitfalls that can happen, but we must know that we are beyond these things and we must move beyond it. One of the common pitfalls is waiting for opportunities instead of creating them. That is a very big mistake. I think Mr. Jesse also mentioned that. Even if we want to go back to the old book, which is the Bible, it also says it there. The Bible calls them moments provided by God. Ephesians 5:15-16. You can also see it in Ecclesiastes 11:6. Neglecting soft skills. The Bible calls it lack of discernment. It's in the old book. You cannot neglect soft skills. It will be the biggest mistake ever. The book of 1 Corinthians calls it the clanging cymbal effect. I don't have time to read it, but I beg you to read 1 Corinthians 13:1 on the issue of ignoring soft skills. Very important. If they can give me a minute, they can put it up. But if they can't, that's fine. Fear of failure or they can't put it up. Fear of failure or taking risk. Not building relationships. That one is called the silent killer. Don't even try it. You must build relationships. The simple word in the Bible is there. Iron sharpeneth iron. Straight, it's simple. There are other verses, but I will not go too deep into that. But iron sharpeneth iron. Staying too comfortable. Whoa. That one is the worst. Where you just sit down somewhere, I mean, with all due respect, no pun intended. Oh, fantastic, thank you. That's what we're talking about 1 Corinthians. It says, though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels, then have not charity, I am become as sounding brass or a thinking cymbal. That is where we talk about negligence of soft skills. So it's like saying you have all the engine, but there's nobody that knows how to put it on. That's your soft skill there. Is the capacity to mingle. You can't just sit at the top. You'll be alone. Trust me. Oh, yes. It's a title, and that's it. So you have to have soft skills. You have to have build relationships. All of these things are intertwined, and at the end of the day, they form what you are looking for. But I pray for you, I pray with you, that you know what to choose at every point. It's not an easy battle. And even if you choose something where you have made a mistake, it's okay. You have to keep going. You have to be proactive. You have to leave what you don't need and move on with the things you need. Simple. Even when you think you have a cantankerous boss, right, if you're working right now, or you have a mean boss, oh, this is my office, they are too wicked. It's not true. If you listen, in that there are plenty noise, there is something that you can pick. You pick what you need and you leave the rest. That's it, shikina. That is natural. But you must understand these things. For somebody to be above you in an office, there's a reason. There's a reason. Nobody, I was listening to a speech from Obama many years ago, and he says even fools become presidents. He's correct. Fools become presidents. The mere fact that you are invited to that G5, G-bar, that doesn't make you the smartest. But there is something that person has been able to build over time, and that is the winning power. So you must be able to find that skill. You must be able to build yourself in a certain capacity. You must be able to focus on something. Jack of all trades doesn't work. It's okay to know many skills. It's okay to have many talents. But you must be an expert at something. We talked about moving in the vertical or the other way when you're moving in your career. There's nothing wrong with moving this way. Because if you were here before, like I said, you were executive 1 in the fleet department. You now move to executive 1 in operations. Do you understand what I'm saying? Then when you are moving to executive 2, you can move to executive 2 in operations, right? Then you move to executive 2 in administration. Then you go back to executive 4 in maybe operations, because for you, that's your core. So you must know how, I can't really choose it for you, but there is a ladder and there's a system to it, and you have to understand it. Now, even if you didn't understand it in the beginning, it's okay. Wherever you begin to understand it, you take it from there. There are sometimes I look back at my life, I say, if I'd known, there's certain things I would have studied. There is a course right now that somebody in my present employment needs to take. I really want to be the one to take that course, but I can't. If I'm doing it, I probably will have to pay from my pocket. That's fine, but because I see it's so important, I should have not ignored it as a young person. Do you understand what I'm saying? But nobody's going to stop me today from doing it. No, I'm going to do it, and I'm going to gain that skill, and I'm going to add it to my CV. I don't know about the rest of you. Maybe when you think you get to general manager, that's all. That is just the beginning. Because if you leave the skill learning to these younger people, they will finish you at the top. So it's a continuous thing. My time is up. I'm going to keep moving. Don't stay too comfortable. Amos 6:1. The Bible says in Amos 6:1, woe to them that are at ease in Zion. Being a jack of all trades, I try to be very careful when I'm talking about this a lot, because even the Bible has showed us men that God gave multiple gifts so they could build a temple and do a lot of things at the same time. However, there is a danger in a lack of focus. Diversity of skill does not mean a lack of excellence. You must have something you're good at. You mustn't know everything. You mustn't be the highest salesperson in the office. The sky is big enough. Take another trade. Take another aspect of the work. Be a master at corporate governance. Be a master at administration. You will not imagine how important administration is in the office. You see the back-end officers, the people who do administration, the people who do facility. If they don't exist, you cannot have a salesman. You cannot have a salesman. If there is no back end, the people in front will not even exist. So find your skill and stay on it. Final thoughts. Career growth is not a straight line. It's a journey filled with learning, challenges, and opportunity. Whether you're just starting out or aiming for leadership, the key is to remain intentional, adaptable, committed to continuous improvement. Start small, but think big. Be patient, but give yourself time. Stay proactive in the process. Grow yourself and help others grow. Very important. My closing message. Your career is in your hands. The choices you make today, what you learn, who you connect with, and how you respond to challenges will shape your future. Start now, stay consistent. It's in the Bible. Proverbs 22:29. Do you see a man diligent in his business? He shall stand before kings. He shall not stand before mere men. Do not be afraid to aim for the top. Start small. Job 8:7. Though the beginning was small, yet thy latter end shall greatly increase. Be patient. Growth happens in seasons. Increase is sure. The Lord shall always increase you more and more. But just before I close, there's something I want to draw our attention to. There is something called good success. Very important. I know at this stage, you want to just grow, you want to just move, you want to just do. But my brother, my sister, there is something called good success. And I beg you, as much as you pursue success, try and pursue good success. The second thing I'm going to leave you with is the real investment in all these things we're saying. What do you think is the real investment in all the things I've said, Mr. Jesse has said, the CV lady has said, the water lady has said? What do you think is the real investment in all of these things I've said? You know, I talked about 5 stages. I talked about 3 steps. What do you think? Can anybody tell me quickly what they think is the real investment? Say that? I didn't hear you. Upgrading. Anyone else? Investment in what? That is the real investment. You are the investment. You are the investment. Do you know by the time you move from job A to job B to job C, remember I talked about entry 1, level 2, level 3? Do you know that it is only yourself you take from one job to another? You take nothing else with you. So when I say you are the real investment, what does it mean? Is it the education? Self-development, that's right. Character management. You must. This is non-negotiable. You must develop yourself. Character is important. Character is important. Good success is important. You are the main character of your movie. You are the main asset that generates the value. So even if you're around influence, like I said, you can go to the highest universities. If you do not develop yourself, it's nothing. I tell you, he mentioned it that you might get the job because a lot of people like you and they put you somewhere, but that will be the last time. Mr. Jesse said it. Personal development, doing the work, building yourself. You are the one you are the wealth. Your choices, your resilience, your personal branding, your soft skills, your EQ, your IQ, your SQ. Very important. You are the only asset you can take around. When you understand these things about yourself, then employment becomes passive. Active development becomes the real deal. Don't forget we talked about good success. And for us to justify good success, I want us to quickly look at Joshua 1:8. That's the last one. Joshua 1:8. And after that, I'm gone. because it is so important in everything. Joshua 1:8, please. That's it. And after this, I'm gone. This book, this is what you hold alongside self-development. This book, we know what the book is? Of the law shall not depart from your mouth, but you shall meditate in it day and night, that you may observe to do accordingly to all that is written in it. For then you will make your way prosperous, and then you will have good success. So my friends, my brothers, my sisters, I hope I've been able to impact something on you today. While you are the prize, the book is the mantle. Please, if you don't take anything from me, take that today. Thank you for listening. Oh, questions. I was about to run away, but I remember questions. So, any questions? I hope not. Okay, there's a question from the back.
Good afternoon, Ma.
Good afternoon.
So my name is Jude.
Your name is?
My name is Jude.
Jude.
Yeah, so I really enjoyed your session.
Thank you.
Okay, so from,
very kind.
The insights on growth from a leadership position, it's really got something in me, really. So I work in mobility and infrastructure space as well, and I've been following your lag ride process.
Okay.
So I have just a question, and I really want you to answer me because I need it. Thank you. So in your journey from starting out in leadership to managing 100 million portfolio, like lag right now, what was the hardest habit you had to unlearn to allow the team and infrastructure to grow? Thank you.
What was the hardest thing I had to unlearn?
Yes.
Okay. To allow
the team and infrastructure to grow. Yes.
What team are you talking about? My new team?
Yes, your new team.
Okay, because I just joined.
Yes, I know you just joined.
But we're still growing. But I'll get to your question, no problem. And there's a hand here as well. So let me, just in case I can marry the two. No, is it? Okay. No, him. Okay.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Yeah.
My question is this. What you ended with a note which you said that the path to career growth is not a straight path.
Yes, that's right.
What do you have to tell someone who has been in different, let's say, sectors, and at the end, the person now is kind of not, that those sectors are quite different. How do you advise that person to gain focus on a particular career or sector?
Okay. There's a guy in black there. Yes, so let's just, after him, they will begin to respond.
Thank you very much,
Yeah.
ma'am. My name is Bright Ohikwe.
Bright.
You said something under common pitfalls.
Under what? I'm sorry.
Common pitfalls.
Common pitfalls.
You said fear of failure or taking a risk. My question is fear detrimental to our growth, or is it something that helps a little bit? Thank you.
Okay, you say you wanted to know, I said something about fear. So is fear detrimental to growth or it helps? Okay, so I'll try and take those three questions. I think I would even have to start from the back. To be honest with you, there is nothing that has a one side. Everything has two sides. It is not necessarily what comes to you, that is the issue that causes this fear. That is the issue. And fear can mean different things to different people, okay? But the most important thing you have to do when that thing comes to you that creates fear is your response. The only thing that fear has over you is what they put out to you. They have no control over your response. Do you understand what I'm saying? That is why at the end of my conversation, I made it very clear. You are the power. Some people, I went somewhere else, somebody told me God is the ultimate. And I asked the lady, where is God? She said, God is in her. I said, then it's you. Isn't it? She said, God is the ultimate. I said, of course, but where is God? Where is he? She said, God is in her. I said, and so when it comes, whether in form of a person, right, because I say fear means different things to different people, a situation, a reminder, maybe even a family is in my family, your response is what determines your next step. You must be able to respond back at whatever you fear, head on. And when you have the book, come on. When you have the book, I don't play with the book. Oh yes. Even as I am now, as I grow on the portfolio, that gentleman's question, I read it even more. I read it on my way to work. I read it in the office when I'm confused. Because I read it in patterns, right? So I have my style. My brother, fear, in fact, I don't know what it is, but for me, I think it's a good thing. Because it takes you to another level of manipulation. You manipulate what wants to manipulate you. So you become a master in the game. It's about you. It's about nothing else. No matter what. Was I able to address your question? You asked me if you move from sector to sector. I think your question is very good because it's talking about skill. And that's what you need. But like everything else in life, even if you look at the pyramid of success, let me use the word, the diagram of success, is in a pyramid. Most of the things in life, when you look at the graph, they are pyramids. You know why? It tries to tell you that when you are at the bottom, it's very wide. But as you are going to the top, it narrows down. So, as you move from sector to sector, which is an advantage, you build your skill. You build your experience. When that CV lady was talking, she said you have to show me what you have done if you're coming at mid-level, isn't it? That's your power. You begin to speak on your CV. Bullet points, please, because I love bullet points. This is what your position was when you were in this sector. You nailed it. You moved to this other sector, you nailed it. So today, you can bring transformation to their system because you are packed with experience. You are packed with experience as an operations person, not only operation in a fleet company, you have worked in an FMCG company, you have worked in oil and gas, like Jesse, you have worked in maritime, you did operations there. But the beauty of what you learned is that you found out that operations is not limited. Come on, you use ChatGPT, you know what to do, come on. You coin your language. And the more skills you have is your power. You know, it's you that has it. It's you. As you are living with no preference to any particular bank, as you're leaving First Bank to Zenith, you are going to let them understand that while they all do operations, you were able to bring this level of uniqueness to the table. That's your power. Your advantage is that you were able to move from company A to company B because they saw value in you. And yes, I know that as you are moving, I'm sure your pyramid is narrowing down. So that's how you build your story and aim for the next level. Does it make any sense to you? Are you okay with that? Because I know you asked, how do you manage yourself having worked in different sectors? You narrow it down. You narrow it down or you pick. If you worked in this company, maybe you did admin. You worked here, maybe you did, I don't know, facility. You worked here, I don't know, maybe you did law. I don't know, you know. So what you're asking is, how do you combine both in the next place? So the next place, what are you going for? Are you still going for admin? Are you going for facility? Are you going for law? Or you are going for medicine? But you know that sounds like complete confusion. So you must know what you are doing. You must have focus. You must see. It's a lot, right? It's tempting, you know? But you must have focus. The mere fact that everybody wants to enter Shell, it doesn't mean that it's only engineers that enter Shell. Lawyers enter Shell. Administrators enter Shell. People need to understand these things. You understand? You need to do your research. Then narrow down what you want. And then have self-confidence. Very important. Don't ever feel intimidated by anything. A lot of things will come at you, but how you retort back is the answer to the problem. So you must never forget that. Are we okay? Are you sure? The gentleman said, how have I been able to manage my team? Right? Well, 2 days ago, somebody sent me a message in my DM. And the question was, now that you have taken a new role in this year, what is your long-term plan or legacy, like you're asking me? And then I stepped back for a minute, and I thought about the question. And I realized the most important thing to me was, and I wrote the answer there on my LinkedIn. I even highlighted the lady's name who asked me the question, because I was happy she did. I realized that it is more important for me that what can change in my community because my company exists. What can change, not just on my desk, in my community, because this company I am in now exists. And I can promise you, my brother, the days are young, especially for me because I just joined, but I want you to watch that space. I know a lot of you are watching it at the moment. I encourage you to keep watching because something is coming, and that thing is 100% transformational. It is not just transactional. What we bring to the table is beyond transaction. It is transformation. So I promise you, Mildred Ekanem is promising you, watch this space and give us some little bit more time. Is that okay? He has a follow-up question. Should we engage him? Because he wants to move us from career to lag ride. You want to do that? I have a first degree in law.
I am very much interested in lag ride. Like I said earlier, I work.
Then come on board.
Okay, so do you mind if I connect with you on LinkedIn?
Most definitely.
So I will send.
No problem. Thank you so much for having me today, and God bless you all.
Powerful session. Thank you so much, Madam Mildred Ekanem. If you got value, let me hear you say value. If you got value, let me hear you say clock it. What's your energy level like? SEP Career Fair 2026, are you ready? That energy is too low. That one is for you. SEP Career Fair 2026, are you ready? Because ready is not a feeling, it is a... Thank you. Okay, I'm going to ask you questions. Because cannot just come and be receiving lecture and you will not write the exam. Okay, so, first question. The name of the speaker that just took the session. I know it's bonus question, but who will I pick now? Who is the hand first? Chubby is born in September. Who should we pick? Let me pick from there. Okay. Okay. Mildred Ekanem, thank you so much. She will hand you a gift. Okay, so next question would be, Mildred, Ekanem shared some tips for success. Can someone tell me 3 of it? I'm not seeing any hands. Yeah. Okay. Let's have it.
Know your identity, be curious,
Okay.
don't fear mistakes.
Ooh, please give her a round of applause. Okay. I have one more question. Mildred, Ekanem shared some common pitfalls that career professionals fall into. Can I have 3 of it? Who do we pick for this question? Okay.
Not building relationship, fear of failure, and staying too comfortable.
That's correct, please. Please give her a round of applause. Okay, so we are going to play a quick game just to get our energy up a bit. So we need a representative. We need a representative from this group. From this group. So we need 4 representatives. You can just come on stage. Precious. Representatives. Okay, please come on stage. Game time. Okay, so we have a quick announcement. If you are still at the back, please come forward. The hiring process will take place after the sessions are over. So please move forward. So we need 4 people. So we are going to give you a paper to pick, and then you'll be asked to identify a brand logo. So who wants to go first? Okay. So media, you display the number she's picked. What did you pick? Number 6. Number 6. So you're just meant to identify the brand logo. Identification of brand logos. Identification of brand logos. So now here's the rules of the game. So if you pick a paper and you're unable to identify the brand logo, we throw the question to the audience so nobody gets the answer. Media, please. Okay, so you have 5 seconds. Are you trying to copy?
Doberman.
Okay, that's correct. So you have 1 point.
Two.
22. Is your heart beating fast? My heart is beating for you too.
Red Bull.
Okay, that's correct.
Okay, 23.
23. Yes, this is more like a bonus question, but okay, tell us what it is. No, you cannot answer.
Sincerely, I don't know. Lagos.
Lagos.
Lagos. Lagos, Abby.
Okay. So you don't know the answer?
No, I don't.
Okay, audience. That's correct, please. So you have 1 point, 1 point. No points. Boats. You know it's lag right. You every time boats. Okay.
Okay, number 18.
What's 18? 18.
That's Pinterest.
Okay, you have 1 point. You have 1 point. Sixteen. You don't know this? You don't know it? Okay, we're going to throw the question to the audience. So what's this logo? That's correct, please. Premium Trust. It's Premium Trust Bank. Yeah. 21.
Please give me something simple.
20. Have you identified?
This should be NNPC. Microsoft, right? Somebody gave me an expo.
So how many points do you guys have? Okay, 8. 1 point. 8. Please show us 8.
Nigerian breweries.
This boy, it's a notebook. Okay. Number 2. Seconds. From the crowd, please. Is it a bank? I should tell you if it's a bank. Okay. That's Boa Cement. So there's Dangote Cement, there's Boa Cement, there's also Lafarge. So these are like the top 3 cement brands in Nigeria. So last game, please. Last game. Three.
SVDC, Shell.
That's correct.
9. Wando.
That's correct. Give me a round of applause. Next.
Number 10.
Number 10. What's the answer?
What is this?
You guys don't eat. You don't eat.
Beds.
What's bed?
Next to you.
That's correct, please.
I got it.
now.
Yeah, you got it. 17.
17. Open AI. ChatGPT.
Some people use ChatGPT, but they don't even know their logo. I'm very happy that a lot of you know the logo. Okay, thank you so much for coming. Because you came out to participate, we have something for you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Please settle in. Energy level, please. What's your energy level? I want to hear 10 over 10. Oh, I love it. I love it. SEP Career Fair 2026. Thank you. So we're going to introduce our next speaker. So before we do that, I'm going to tell you guys a very short story. So John and Joshua applied for an interview. Applied for a job, rather. So these two people have same qualification. They went to same school, same certificates. They both submitted their CVs, and they also got the interview, right? They both dressed up, looking all sharp, shiny shoes, nice jackets, amazing tie, looking all cleaned up. However, only John got the job. Until today, Joshua is still asking, what did I not do right? What did I do wrong? Why did John get the job and I didn't? So today, we are going to stop guessing, because in this session, you will hear directly from someone who gets to decide who gets hired and who doesn't. Lamide Adeyeye. Make sure you are not the next John. Please kindly give a round of applause for Lamide Adeyeye.
What really makes a candidate stand out in a competitive job market? Olamide Adeyeye works at the forefront of employability and talent development, helping thousands of job seekers understand what it takes to get hired and succeed. Through his work at Jobberman, he has deep insight into recruiter expectations, hiring trends, and the common mistakes candidates make. Today, he'll be breaking down exactly what recruiters look for and what you need to fix immediately. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Olamide Adeyeye.
Yeah, it's more like it. Okay, so before we go into the session, we'll do something very quickly. And I'll give you a simple task. I want to give you... No, let me say I want to give you before you hold me to my words now. Let's assume, right, that I want to give you $10,000 to start a business. Listen, oh. And you need to, in this room, your task is to find a co-founder. So your responsibility is to, as an individual, pitch yourself to your founder or co-founder on why you are their best co-founder. I want you to attempt it with 3 people and let me know what the feedback is. So I'll give you 2 minutes for that, and then the time starts now. The fact that you are sitting down is showing that you are not really taking this in seriously. You are looking for a co-founder. Forget about the idea. You are looking for a person who you want to start a business with. Your focus is look for someone who you can build together with and attempt 3 people and then make a decision on who the person is going to be. So your conversation should be around why that's your best or why you are the best co-founder for that person, or why they should work with you. Guys, walk the room. Huh? Your co-founder may be seated in the third row. You think your co-founder is the person sitting beside you? So people are not finding co-founders, they're finding comedians. Okay, you have 1 more minute. One more minute. So people are finding some other different kind of partnerships. Okay. Okay, one house. One house. So who found an interesting co-founder? Okay, so I want to hear from 2 people why you would consider that person as a co-founder. So I can have her first. Please, one house. Let's stay together, please.
I will consider her Precious, my co-founder, because she has the network to supply the products that I need to, get to my customers.
Please, who is Precious?
Precious is here.
Please, let's put our hands together for Precious. Awesome. All right. Who else found an interesting co-founder? Okay. Huh?
Good afternoon.
I'll take you lastly. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
I actually found 3 different people that are ready to do the work with me.
Oh, so you want to form like four
You should look for 3 different people.
No, I said then choose one person.
Okay. I would actually pick Precious because...
What's happening with Precious in the room today? Who else is Precious? Okay.
I would actually pick Precious because according to what I pitched, I'm actually good in the advertisement and in the customer service department. And she made mention that she has a very strong and solid build in the administrative department. And I believe we can work together.
Awesome. Put your hands together for Precious. Okay, I'll take him lastly, and then we'll get into the session. The brother in face cap.
My name is Alvin, and I pitched... Alvin, yes.
Okay, great.
Yeah, and I pitched to Chima.
Okay.
And I'm picking Chima out of the 3 supposed people I was meant to pick because I think our ideas work hands in hand. I was looking at the media, and he was looking at real estate. And with the ideas and ideology he has brought, being someone in the system, I believe will make something very great out of it.
Amazing. Let's put your hands together for Chima and Alvin. Okay. So I'll try to breeze through my session. Please, one house. I'll try to make this as interactive as possible. And I just want you to sort of pay attention. I joined an organization in 2021. Oh, we are getting here. Listen to my story first. But I got into an organization in 2021. And at the time when I was joining this organization, I have tried business before in my life, but I always thought myself as someone who would thrive more in career than business for several reasons, which I will not go into today. But you see, in that journey of building my career and adding value in that organization, I built relationship with my colleagues. the long story cut short is it's 5 years post 2021. And myself, together with 3 other colleagues within that organization at that time, I founded a company. And the potential that that carries, which you will find out very soon. I'm not here to speak about that, so I wouldn't go deep into that. But one of the things I say to my team members is, if you would hire, if you make a hiring decision, would you hire yourself? And keep ruminating on that. You can see this young, we all know Aki now, right? And so the point here is, think of someone who got a job you were more qualified for. And my simple confession is that I had 3 interviews yesterday because I'm trying to hire for 2 roles. The first person I spoke to, I had concerns with her, which I will share with you later. But the second person was very qualified. As a matter of fact, I think she was quite overqualified. Unfortunately, she won't get the job. Like, I know that already. Like, I mean, she wouldn't get the job. Not because she's not good enough, but because some things we are missing. And those are part of the things that we'll talk about in this session. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I think it was I'm trying to remember the name of the lady who took us through the CV. I think Oluwatosin, right? Yes. You know, she told us about how long she spends looking at CVs. And the truth is, a research was done, launched to understand how long the recruiters or hiring managers, how long do they take to look at a CV? The answer is 7 seconds. You know, we can actually keep a 7-second silence now, and nobody will know that it was intentional. It means that, think about it like, definitely the first impression, but it's also about what is the hook? Why should I pay attention? Why should I look at you? Why should I give you a consideration? And because, next slide, and because because there is that nuance around, you know, the length of time that is spent on CV, it means that it has to stand out, right? It has to stand out. It has to sell you very quickly. I won't bore you with all of the conversations around CV because you already had a session on that. But the key thing I want to emphasize is that the market is predictable. Jesse has spoken to us. You know, Mildred has also, you know, taken us through our session, and I'm sure that Kemi will still, you know, speak to us and every other person. It is important to recognize that an employment contract is not charity, right? You know, nobody pays you your salary at the end of the month because they just like your face. The reason why that transaction happens is because there is a value exchange, right? So it means that in hiring, what I am looking out for is who would add value to my company, right? So it's not necessarily about, you're a nice person, yes. But if you don't add value, then it's a mismatch. I am personally, I hold the opinion that people are not unemployable. As an individual, everybody has something they can do. The unemployability ideology comes in when there is a mismatch between what they are being considered for and the value that they can generate. Right? Carpenters are not unemployable. Have you had your cupboard broken before and you try to fix it? Then you realize that somebody says they are unskilled workers. If they are unskilled workers, then, you know, they're actually skilled workers. The difference is that you probably would not put them in particular roles because they can't deliver value in that role. And so the question really at the mind of everyone is, what is the value? And that's the principle. So the market is not choosing randomly. Don't assume that, you know, the odds are against you. It's actually the fact that there is a predictable way there is an assumption, there's an expectation in the mind of everyone who's hiring. And that's what they are looking out for as they interact with you. And so I think that for the purpose of this conversation, because of the time that I see now that I have less than 15 minutes, so I would breeze through it. I'll just talk about 6 key things that I believe, and I'll try to embed it in case studies and examples that can help. Next slide, please. I think the very first thing that I see many early careers and mid-career people doing is making a volume mistake. And what is volume mistake? Volume mistake is you finished, that final period in university, where you're maybe doing towards the gates, or what do they call those things? I've forgotten now. But you basically prepare a CV in that process, and then every job that you see, you just send the same CV to it. Because in your mind, it's a game of probability. You throw in 200 applications and hoping that somebody will get back. The reality is that the recruiter can see it. The recruiter can see it. One of the things I always say is, have you found one person who made a first class, for example, by accident? Like they graduated from school, and it was when they got to their final year at the convocation that they realized that, wow, so I made a first class. Does it happen like that? But that people usually have, or people have like 90A accidentally. They don't know how it happened. So when they want to give testimony, they're like, I don't know how it happened. Grace found me. Abi? It's always very what? Intentional, right? The same way. You see, you can make a decision, and I'm saying this very frankly. You can make a decision about where you want to work, what you want to earn, the role you want to, be in, and you can have it. Like, it's that predictable. I am saying that I have done it, I've seen people do it, and it is replicable. But it always starts with intentionality. When we're going through the logos, first question in my head is, if you're looking for work in this organization, you don't even know their logos, then there's a problem. Right? So, but intentionality is very important. 200 applications, 2 responses, 20 targeted applications, 8 interviews. If you find out that you are sending your CVs to people and you're not getting a response or a feedback or an invitation for an interview, something is wrong with your approach. It's almost impossible that I'll send my CV to something and I won't get a feedback. And this is not just about the fact that maybe I'm advancing my career. It's because it's intentional, it's targeted. And so, for example, you shouldn't have a CV for every job. HR assistant, same CV. Sales executive, same CV. Customer service rep, same CV. Management internship, same CV. It just means that, and let me tell you what it does to the recruiter. The person assumes that you are not a deliberate person. Guess what? We all need intentional people to build our businesses. Alvin was talking about Chima, right? And part of what I'm hearing, same with Precious, and probably if we go into the other Precious as well, we'll find that there was an intentional approach in sharing how they resonate with the vision, right? There was an intentional approach to share how they would provide value. That actually is seen from the point where you send in your application. So the point really is, it is a strategic move, and you need to be deliberate about it. Recruiters remember the candidates who chose them intentionally. They remember the candidates who chose them intentionally. The second one, the confidence gap. Now, the confidence gap speaks to, and I think Mildred spoke to it, Tosin also spoke to it. It's beyond what you've done. It's about the value you've created, right? What value have you created? And that's actually what a recruiter wants to hear. I assisted in, I led in, same achievements, completely different signals. The signal that I am looking out for is somebody who is going to add value to my organization. That's the only reason why I'm hiring. That's the only reason why you ask, I am offering 400,000 naira and you're asking me for 800,000 naira, and I will consider it. I know people who I have had to fight budget conversations for because I know that it was worth it. And I know people who, even if they're going to take it for half the job, don't worry, you can go home. But it speaks to how, and I think it comes from a sense of ownership, right? From a sense of ownership. I was speaking to, like the person I said I was speaking to yesterday. What was very key, very young, very vibrant, young lady. But the key thing about her was I could see her already, in the past, in the things she's done in the past, definitely clearly communicated the value she's done. But also, even in the conversation I was having, she was already getting me excited about the value that she's going to have to the organization. And something that I rarely do, which I did yesterday, was I told her right on the spot that you'll get a job. Well, it was what was done for me too. When I had my interview, I was told on the spot that you get the offer. But I'm saying that, that is something that happened because she demonstrated the confidence to build or to make value. So it speaks to your past, but beyond the past as well, is also the demonstration of the potential of what you can do. So recruiters can only evaluate what you show them, and then you should show them more. You see, the reason why we use case studies, when you go for an interview and they ask you, tell me a time when, you did this, tell me a time when you failed, tell me a time when, it's actually to see, and I think Tosin took us through that STAR framework, the situation, the task, the activities, and the results. And the thinking really there is, if you have created this kind of value before and generated this kind of results, then I can trust you to replicate the same. Right? I can trust you to replicate the same. So own it. And you see, one thing about this is, and I think there was this trend like that on Instagram at the time when it was saying, Ronaldo's achievements, highest goal scorer in the world. When you now put it in ChatGPT, it will now tell you the most prolific, exciting, extravagant goal scorer who has played across multiple leagues and regions and all of that, right? I know we all joked about those things. But the learning there is, how about you leverage it for those things that you consider small? So for example, when I was going into my first job, I got into my first job, pay attention, with 3 years experience. But it was my first job. With 3 years experience. What was my 3 years experience? It was the fact that while I was graduating freshly out of the university, I was a member of an organization called Enactors. And I had been a part of that organization for 3 years. And in those 3 years, I'd been implementing projects, I'd been volunteering. And so my CV was not the same with my average classmates. It was a CV that will probably stay. Again, I deliberately put it, sure, if you see the way I wrote it, it was well put together. The long and short of what I'm saying is, I had given myself into opportunities to demonstrate what I could do, so that by the time I'm asked those questions, it's not just about saying what sounds fancy, it was about saying what I have also done, even if it was not necessarily in an office setting. Do you know that the fact that you manage your mom's shop or supermarket is a valid experience that can demonstrate the value that you can give to an organization? The fact that, I think we were told about the fact you've volunteered for SEP, that's value. And so, how are you thinking about volunteering opportunities, internship opportunities, just to also test what you do? One thing I also think about, and I think Mildred was speaking to that around where she was saying explore, is I think the first 5, maybe to 7 years of your career is actually an opportunity for you to learn what you want to do, but also for you to know the things you don't want to do. My very first job, again, I studied food science. My first degree was food science and technology, but I do nothing about it. In short, I've not collected the certificate. But the reason is because during my IT, when I worked in the food industry, I told myself I cannot work here. I just felt it was too monotonous. I felt like it wasn't going to allow me to express my intellectual prowess. I'm not saying people that are there are not using their brain. Oh. Do you understand? But what I'm saying is that in that journey, you are learning both the things you want and also learning the things you don't want. And then you're also defining your career path. But what you are doing, irrespective of either you like it or you don't like it, is that you are building valid and valuable experiences. You see? Which can be useful going forward. The third reveal is the certification gap. The third one. I was having a conversation with someone at GIZ, and we're trying to design a program for young people in the digital economy and all of that. And then we're having the conversation around, oh, you see, people are learning data science, they're learning cloud computing, they're learning all of those things. And so part of what they want to do in the project is they now want to be paying for their certificates. I said, that's fine. But you see, I have evaluated one of the biggest tech development programs in Africa. And the major learning we had from it is no big organizations will not trust someone who has not demonstrated the skills that they have. Like you may have Cisco, AWS, have everything. But if you cannot show that you've done a live project, for example, the tech bros and techies, they probably understand what I'm saying, right? There are no tech bros and techies here. Okay, somebody's there. All right. If you've not done a live project, like a project that has gone live, it's still not considered as real value. Am I correct? Right. So what I said to him, I said, see, that money you want to go and use to give them $2,000,